Hi, welcome back to another exciting full stack project development with React and Spring Boot. It's been quite some time that I have uploaded video on my YouTube channel. I was busy with some other things. I got a free time, so I decided to upload a video for all of you guys. In this video, we are going to build an exciting project which is very similar to Zepto or Big Basket. You might have used those applications in your day-to-day life. We're going to build a similar application where you can order the groceries, vegetables, dairy products, and you are going to learn a lot of things. Before we start developing this application, let me tell you, we are going to build this application using the GitHub Copilot. Yes, we are in 2026. Why not we use AI tools? We're going to use the GitHub Copilot. I have taken the subscription for the GitHub Copilot, the premium version. I'm going to show you how you can use that GitHub Copilot to build really a powerful applications just like the Big Basket or the Zepto. So we are going to use that AI tool to build this application. We're going to use React and we're going to use the Spring Boot. This project is not contains any of the microservices architecture. We're going to just create a single Spring Boot service. We are going to build a single Spring Boot API that will talk to the front-end application, React, and we are going to build this application. We are going to create two different roles, the seller role and the user, where the user will order the products, groceries, fruits, be it anything, and the seller is going to upload the products. That is the whole idea. And for the images, we are going to upload the images into Cloudinary. Of course, you can use any of the cloud service provider to store the images. And we are going to use the JWT token based authentication. And also we are going to use Tailwind CSS for designing the front end. Yes, before we start developing this application, I will give you a quick tour of the application that we are going to build. The project is already running on my local system. I have opened the URL localhost 5173. Okay, so we can also log into the seller dashboard. We do not have created a separate UI or separate project for the seller in the same repository or in the same code base. We will be handling the seller dashboard as well. I'm going to open another window, localhost 5173/seller. This is going to open up the seller dashboard. Of course, we are just considering a single seller. Of course, you can even customize this. You can even customize and you can provide a multiple sellers to log in and create an account and they can publish the products. But now we are going to keep it very simple. Okay, so let's log in with a seller. We do not have any registration for the seller. We are going to hard code the seller information, the seller credentials inside our application. So I'm going to log in with that credentials. Let me open the IntelliJ, and if you look at this, the seller credentials we have added: admin@quickbasket.com, admin@quickbasket.com, the password admin@123. Click login. This is the admin dashboard. Let me zoom in. Perfect. We have this login button and we have three different sections: add product, product list, and orders. If you go to the product list, I have already added two of the products. Here the admin can manage the products. He can make the product is available or not available by just toggling this button. And in the orders, the seller can see the orders that the user has placed, the orders. Now let's go ahead and add a new product. I'm going to click on this upload. Let's go to the downloads. I have already downloaded some of the product images. So let's add the fruits. I'm going to add apple. seller can add up to 4 images. Let's enter the product name, Apple, Kashmiri apple. This is the product description. The category we can choose fruits. The product price, let's say 120, and the offer price is 95, right? Click on this add, and this will take few seconds to upload the images into Cloudinary, and we will be showing this upload animation till the images upload to the server. You can see product added. We got the as soon as we add the product, we will navigate to the product list, and here we can see the products. And if you click on the orders, the seller can see the orders. This is about just a very simple UI for the seller. Of course, you can customize it as I said before. Now let's go to the, let me minimize this. Let's go to the user dashboard. This is the user dashboard. Scroll down. Currently you can see there are 2 products available. When I reload this, you should see one more product, which is Apple. Just now we have added it, and you can see the categories. We have the organic veggies, fresh fruits, cold drinks, instant food, dairy products, bakery, and grains, and we can filter it out based on the categories. For example, I'm going to click on this fresh fruits. You can see only the fresh fruits, and clicking on this all products, it will display all the products. And clicking on this home, we will navigate to the home. At the very top we have this banner, your grocery is delivered. Okay, just a simple image that we have uploaded. And in the bottom you can see why we are in the best, fast delivery, freshness guaranteed, affordable prices, trusted by thousands. Okay, just the landing page that we have created using the GitHub Copilot. Okay, and as I said before, you can categorize this. When I click on this organic veggies, you can see only the organic vegetables will be displayed. You can also search the products. For example, I'm going to search for onion, you can see, and you can search for apple. Okay, this is about the search functionality. And clicking any of these products, it will take you to the product details page. For example, click on this apple, you can see we have these gallery, and you can see navigate to the, you can see the complete images of the products. Perfect. Now you can click on this button to buy the product. You can click on this add to cart to add it to the cart. I'm going to click on this. You can say add it to the cart, and you can also see the related products. Currently we do not have any fruits other than apple, that's why it is displaying the apple. But if you have added multiple fruits, then you will see the related category products. We will display it here. Perfect. Now let's go back to the products, and I will also add onion. Just click on this. Here also you can add the products to the cart. Now if you look at this, in the cart we have this 2 items, right? There are 2 products. So now we can, from here we will provide 3 different payment options. One is cash on delivery, Stripe payment method, and the Razorpay. Okay, we are going to handle the online payment as well. Before we go ahead and place the order, you can see it will ask you to select the address. So clicking on this change, it will ask you to add the address. Since we have not logged in, we should need to log into the application to add the address. So let's go ahead and click on this login, and first we need to create the account. Clicking on this, click here, it will open up the sign up page. Let's enter the user details. Let's add the password 123456. Click on this, create account. Boom, you can see the account is created. Now if you go to the cart, and you can see there are 2 items added to the cart. Now we can select the cash on delivery, or we can select the Stripe payment. And before that, first let's click on this change and click on this add address. Let's quickly add the address. I'm gonna enter the email address, street 1, city 1, state 1, zip code. Let's add a zip code. Country, I'm gonna add India, and we can also add the phone number. Perfect. Now click on this save address. Boom, you can see the address has been saved, and by default it has selected to the delivery address. Now from here we can, of course, here also we can change the quantity. I'm going to click on this quantity 2, and automatically you will see the price has been updated. Okay, you can see the price has been updated to 249, and of course the shipping will be free. We are adding the tax 2%, and with this I'm going to select the Stripe payment. Of course you can choose the Razor payment as well. I'm going to select the Stripe payment, and I'm going to click on this proceed to checkout, and you can see now we will navigate to the Stripe checkout page, and you can see this is, we are in the test mode. We can add the details at example.com, and I'm gonna, let me go to the application, and here let me do one thing. I'm going to search for Stripe card details, Stripe card details. Scroll down, I'm gonna copy the card details. Let's go back. I'm gonna enter the card details and month. I'm gonna enter 12/30/123, enter the full name. Okay, and I'm gonna select the country India. Now just click on this pay. You can see the payment is completed. Boom, you can see there are 2 items have been ordered. Right now clicking on this my orders. Okay, currently we are in the my orders page, and you can see the orders. For this particular order there are 2 items we have added. One is apple and onion. Perfect. And as soon as we ordered it, the cart will be cleared and user can log out. Now let's go back to our seller dashboard, and I'm going to reload this. We should see the payment. You can see apple and onion, the order delivery address, and the total price and method online, when it is added, and the payment which is paid, right? So this is how user can place the orders, and the seller can see the orders the placed by the users, and also seller can add the products as well. This is about the project, and this project we are going to build using the AI tool, which is GitHub Copilot. Alright, and as I said before, we are going to learn a lot of things in this project. You will learn how we can connect to the multiple payment gateways, the Stripe, Razorpay, and how we can handle the cash on delivery, and how we can create the API endpoints, and how we can test the APIs using the Postman. You will learn a lot of things, how we can use the AI tools, how we can write the prompt, and how you can generate the accurate response from the AI models. Everything is going to learn in this video. I hope you're going to enjoy this video. In case if you're looking for the source code, as always, the link will be given in the description section of this video. Go ahead and download this project and use it for your personal use. You can also use this project for your university and exams. In case if you are facing any difficulties while setting up the project, if you have any questions, feel free to drop an email or provide the comments. I will try to help you as much as possible. Thank you. Now let's start developing this application. First, let's create the Spring Boot project. To create the Spring Boot project, we can navigate to Spring Initializer. The URL is start.spring.io. In this website, we are going to enter the project metadata details, the project type Maven, the language Java, the Spring Boot version. At the time of this recording, the latest and stable version is 4.0.3, and the project metadata details, which is the group ID in.bhushan sirigur. Feel free to change the group ID and artifact ID. The artifact ID, I'm going to call this grocery API. And description, Spring Boot REST API. The package name, you can change it. The packaging, the jar, the configuration, I'm going to select it properties. You can also select YAML. and the Java version I have installed Java 21. The dependencies for now, let's add the web dependency. I will also add the Lombok dependency. Let's also add the validation, the Hibernate validator for validating the Java beans. I will also add the MongoDB. You can see the MongoDB is an open source NoSQL document database, uses the JSON-like schema instead of relational table-based relational data. Okay, we can add this, or even we can add this Spring Data MongoDB. Okay, this is Spring Data support for MongoDB. So I'm going to select this Spring Data MongoDB and click on this generate, and it is downloaded this grocery API in zip format. I'm going to open this. First I'll extract this and I will open it inside the IntelliJ IDEA. I have opened the project inside the IntelliJ IDEA, and if you are opening it for the very first time, it will take a couple of minutes to download all the dependencies. As I said before, I will be using GitHub Copilot. I have already installed it, and if you installed it, in the right hand side you will see this option, GitHub Copilot chat. In case if you have not installed in your IDE, you can go to the IntelliJ settings and you can search for the plugins, and here you can search for GitHub Copilot. Okay, this is the one. I have already installed it and you can see it in the installed section. You can find it in the marketplace, and then once you installed it, it will be available in the installed section. Okay, once you installed it, very first time, if you open this window, it will ask you to log into your GitHub. Just go ahead and log into your account. Once you log into your account, you will see these options like the agent mode, edit mode, plan, and ask mode. Also, you will see this option where you can select the models. Okay, the premium models, these are the premium models, and the standard models are these, which are free. I'm going to use this GPT-5 mini, and I will be using this agent mode. Okay, we will be using this chat window for writing the code. Okay, the very first thing what I will do is I will open the MongoDB. Let's open the MongoDB compass, and here inside this localhost, I'm going to create a new database. The database name is grocery app. The collection name, I will just call it test, and create the database. So now we have created this database, grocery app. You can copy this, and now we can open the IntelliJ, and inside this chat window we can write the prompt, configure the MongoDB URL inside the application properties file. The database name is this. Okay, and we can specify the file name explicitly here, or what we can do is just let's get rid of this. We can just quickly open the application.properties file. When I open this file, it will automatically select that as a context. Okay, it will automatically select that file name. Okay, so now with this, I'm gonna hit enter, and let's see what the agent will do. You can see it added the MongoDB URI. This is the one, and I'm gonna just click on this keep all, and you can see it also added this environment variable. If the environment variable is not present, then it is going to take this as the default URL, connection URL. Okay, it will also try to run the application. We can click on this continue to run the application. Okay, and also it added the another property, which is spring data.mongodb.database, the grocery app. Okay, perfect. Okay, now we added this configuration. Next, we can start creating the API endpoints. Let's open the chat window again. I'm going to first, let's create the register API. I have already noted down what for the register API, what should be the request and what should be the response, and how the database document structure should look like. So let's open this, and this is our register API. Let me scroll down. Okay, this is the register API. Sorry, not the register API. This is the database document structure. Now I'm gonna provide the prompt, create a API or create a register API for users the MongoDB collection name is users. The document structure, the document should have the following structure. I'm going to provide that structure, and what I will do is I will also just remove this encrypted password and I'll just keep the plain password. Next, I will just provide the API should have the following request structure. I will also provide the request structure, which I have already noted down. Let's open the notepad, and here we have this register API. This should be the request. And the API should return the following response. Let's also add the response. This is the response. Okay. Next, follow the 3-layer architecture design pattern. Use DTO design pattern for transferring the data. Next, add the validation at the bean validation. Okay, this is my prompt. I think let me expand this and let's read it one more time. Create a register API for users. The MongoDB collection name is users. The document should have the following structures. We have provided this structure. Next, the API should have the following request structure. We also provided the request structure, and the API should return the following response. This is the response, and we're also telling follow 3-layer architecture design pattern. Use DTO design pattern for transferring the data at the bean validation. For now, store the passwords in plain text. Later, we will make use of Spring security to encrypt the password. I'm explicitly specifying that I don't want to encrypt the password for now, just for the register API. Later, when we implemented with the Spring security, we can encrypt the password. With this, now we can go ahead and hit enter. Let's see what the agent will do. Okay, first the agent will start reading all of this, the pom.xml and the main class. Okay, it started creating all of this. So let's click on this keep all, and I'll just click on this keep all. We have this user service. the user service implementation, the user controller. Perfect. And let me click on this continue. Perfect. We can start reviewing our code, what exactly the agent created for us. We will review the code together. Let it complete first. Okay, it also added the global exception handler, which is great, which we have not specified, but it also created it. I'm going to click on this keep and I'll click on this continue. Perfect. Let's wait couple of more minutes. Okay, it also added the checklist and hopefully it completed the coding. Okay, it also gave me the curl to test it, I believe. Yes. Okay, perfect. Now let's start reviewing it together. So let's start with, let me open the Project Explorer and I'll minimize this and open the SRC. Okay, it also created all the packages which I was expected: controller, DTO, exception, model, repository, service. Okay, so let's start with the DTO and model. In the DTO, we have this user register request. Click on this. Okay, it has name, email, and password. Perfect. It also added this data annotation from the Lombok and added the not blank annotation. And not blank annotation and email annotation for the email, and not blank annotation and size annotation for the password. The password minimum size is 6. It added the validation messages. Perfect. Next, let's go to the user response. Okay, in the user response, it's returning the ID, email, and name. Perfect. It also added the data and all logs constructor. But if I go to I was expecting the response to be also added the success true. Okay, let's see whether it has made any changes inside the controller. We will verify it. Okay, now we have this DTO, and now let's go to the model and open the model. We have this document data annotation and the collection name is users, and also it added the ID, name, email, password. And cart items, it used the map which contains key value pair and the cart item. And next, the created date and last modified date. This is for the auditing purpose. That's why I think it's created one more class, I believe. Okay, let's see. And also it added the one more inner class, which is cart item, which contains the quantity. Perfect. And now let's go to the repository. Inside the repository, it has the user repository. It has one single finder method, which is find by email. It added the repository annotation and it extended the Mongo repository. Perfect. Now let's go to the service. Inside the service, we have this one single method register. It accepts the user request. Now let's go to the IMPL, user service IMPL. It extends the user service. We are injecting the user repository. It added the constructor based injection, and inside this first it is checking whether it has any the email is already exist or not. If it is already exist, it is going to throw an illegal argument exception. I believe it is capturing it inside the exception here. We will come back to that. And then it is creating an object set name. It is setting the name, email, password. For now, it is, as we mentioned, it is storing the plain password, and it is also adding the cart items. And for now, it is just setting the empty hash map, the empty map. Okay, because right now there are no cart items, and it is saving into the database, and then it is returning the response back to the controller. Now let's open the controller. Let's open the controller, and inside the controller we have this user controller. /API/users is the API endpoint, and it injected the user service with a constructor based injection. And here we are calling the register API. It is validating the bean, and then we are registering the user. Then it will create the map. In the map, it is going to return true, success to true, and again it will add the ID, email, name, and then user object, and then all of this information it will add it to the user object, and then it is going to return the response back to client. Perfect. Let's open the exception handler. Inside the exception handler, we have this illegal argument exception, and also it added the method argument not valid exception. This is for the bean validation. Okay, looks like it created all the necessary code. All we need to do is we have to test it. So let's go to the main class, and here I'm going to start this application in debug mode. I'm going to enable the annotation processing. The application is started. What I will do is, it already gave us the curl. So let's open the chat window. If you scroll up, you can see we have this CURL, which is nothing but the curl. I'm gonna copy this. Sometimes this copy will not work properly. Okay, let's go to the Postman, and I'm gonna click on this collections, click on this new. I'm gonna create a new collection. This is going to be grocery API, and just click on this import and paste it. Okay, we get this, and I'm gonna change this to register user. This is the request name, and I'm gonna select the grocery API, the collection name. Click on this import into collection. Okay, now this is a post localhost 8080/API/user/register. In the body, you can see we have this request. Okay, now Bhushan @example.com, your password 123. This is the user details. Now I'm gonna click on this send. Boom, we get this 200. Okay, success true. We get the response back, Bhushan. Okay, now first of all, let's go back to our database, and here I'm gonna just refresh this. Looks like this grocery app is not created the collection. Instead, this test database has been created, and inside this it is creating the collection. Looks like there is something wrong. What I'll do is I'm gonna just go to our IntelliJ and click on this application.properties file. Looks like everything seems to be correct. MongoDB localhost 27017 grocery app. But if I go to the pom.xml, scroll down, we have this Spring Boot starter data MongoDB. Let's do one thing. I'm gonna try something different. Instead of this Spring data MongoDB, so let's add the MongoDB itself. Okay, and click on this explore, scroll down. This is the one, Spring Boot starter MongoDB, and copy this. I'm gonna just replace this, and I'm gonna update the Maven. Let's see, do we get any errors, or let me stop the server. I'm gonna restart this again. Okay, we get this error, that is Mongo repository. I'm not able to find this Mongo repository. So it looks like, we can go to the user also, and here we are not able to see any of this. It is saying documented ID. It is not seeing this. I think looks like Spring Boot starter MongoDB. I think the one which we have added earlier, that was the correct one. Okay, let me undo this. Now reload this. Okay, I believe now. Okay, fine. So now, but for some reason, let me try one more time. Run the application. Okay, it started, and everything is working. Okay, so let me see, are we getting any errors, or looks like everything is working, but for some reason it is not creating the collection. It is storing it in a test database. We can take a help of the ChatGPT. We can take a help of the same Copilot and we can see what it is going to suggest us. But before that, we will try one more time. Let's go back to our Postman. First of all, let's test for the validations. I'm gonna remove this email. So let me remove the email. Click on this send. Okay, we should see this 400 bad request. Email is required. I'm gonna just undo this. Now I'm gonna try with the same email address. Let's see, click on this send. Okay, email already in use, 400 bad request. I was expecting a 409 conflict, but it returned 400 bad request. That's completely fine. We could explicitly handle the status code for a 409. Fine. Now I'm gonna enter a different user, Bharat SC and bharat@example.com. Click send. Boom. A new record has been created, but let's go back to our database. Let me reload it again. Okay, I think it is storing it inside this users collection, but inside the test DB. Let's make use of the Copilot. Let's open the chat window. I tested the endpoint, but for some reason data is storing in the test database with users collection. Check the issue and resolve it. Okay, I'm just giving this prompt. Let's see, hit enter. Okay, it is searching for the test and it did not match anything, looks like. Okay, the Copilot created the MongoDB config. Perfect. It first of all, let me click on this keep, and it also added this database and URI. It is reading it from the properties file and explicitly creating the bean, and it is adding that configurations. Okay, fine. I'm gonna click on this. First of all, I'm gonna click on this code changed, and I'm gonna click on this continue. Perfect. We don't have any errors. Let the Copilot completes its job, then we can test it. Okay, still it is editing the Mongo config.java. Okay, fine. Let's click on this keep all. It created the MongoDB template and MongoDB factory. I'm gonna click on this continue. Okay, still it is editing the config. Okay, it added a lot of things. Let's see. I'm gonna click on this keep all. Click on this continue. Okay, looks like it editing again. I'm gonna just click on this keep all, and I'll just click on this code changed and click on this continue. Okay, and it also added the click on this keep all. It also added the inside the test resources, it also added the application or properties file, which is not required actually. Anyway, let the agent complete its work, then we can review it one by one. Perfect. We can see what it has done. Okay, why MongoDB default to test, show the code changes I made, force the application to use the configured database name grocery app, given exact steps commands you can run with your grocery app and inspect, and offer to start app here and show the logs if you want me to. Okay, checklist. Okay, diagnose the cause URI without the DB path driver defaults to test, add explicit Mongo configuration that force the database name from the database this file, and add a test resources so test don't write to test, add runtime logging to show the final connection string actually used. Okay, perfect. It also added all the loggers and everything, that is what it is saying. Okay, let me minimize this and we can review it. Okay, we created the Mongo client and it reading the database and database URI from the application or properties file, and it also added this private method which is ensure URI has a database. Okay, and it just checking that URL and it is checking that whether that URI has the database name or not, just it is adding that, checking that. And then it also created this MongoDB factory, a bean it is created, and it also created the Mongo template. Perfect. And let's go to the test. Inside the resources, it added this application or properties file, which is actually irrelevant. I was not expected this. That's fine. I hope it did not made any changes inside this test file. Perfect. Okay, with this now, okay, it also created the config package. Inside this it added the Mongo config. Okay, with this now I'm gonna stop this. Let's test it again. I'm gonna first of all go to the database and I'm gonna delete this test database. Okay, now I'm gonna restart this application in debug mode. Let's keep an eye on the console logs. Okay, you can see now the MongoDB connection string is this. It is actually using the grocery app. Looks like the agent has fixed the issue. I don't know what was the issue exactly, why, because previously I have used with the same configurations but it was not connected properly to the respective database, but the agent explicitly created this connection configuration file, the Mongo configuration, and it is explicitly reading the URI connection and everything. Perfect. And now what I will do is I'm gonna test it. Let's go to the Postman, and here what I will do is I'm gonna click on this send button. We get this 200 okay, we get the response back. Now if I go to the database and I'm gonna reload this, boom, you can see now we got the users collection. Click on this, we should see the name, email address, password and cart items. For now it is empty, and it also created the created at and updated at dates, and that's it. Okay, this is what we have expected, right? Perfect. And I will also add one more record just for our testing. Bhushan SC, this is going to be bhushan@example.com, your password 123, click send, boom, 200. Reload this, we get the another object. Super. Now we can even tell agent to refactor this, because if I go to the service, let's open the implementation. Here it is using the, instead we can tell to use the builder pattern. So we can provide a command to use the builder pattern, and also we can tell to handle this to throw an exception with a status code 409. And similarly like this we can tell agent to refactor this, but I'm gonna keep it simple. You can try it with your own. to refactor the code, and you can ask agent to write the better code. That's it. Now we can continue with the next API, which is the login API. Let's open the chat window. Before that, what I would like to do is I'm going to stop the application, and now I'm gonna write the prompt, create a login API for user and seller. Yes, I want the two login API endpoints for user and seller. I'm gonna specify explicitly /API /seller /login for seller login /API /auth, or even I can make it just like the user. So let me do one thing. Instead of the auth /user /login for user login, the user API request should have the following structure. Let me add the request structure. Go to the notepad. I have already noted down. This is the request. I will also specify user or seller API request should have the following structure. Similarly, the response API should have the following structure. I'm going to specify the response also. This is how it is going to look. Perfect. And I'm gonna add the not authorized response. The not authorized response should have the following structure. Next, I'm going to specify for the seller, we will not create any of the register endpoint. There will be only one seller. So for that, what I will do is I'm going to directly specify the username and password inside the application.properties file. So what I'll do is I'm going to just copy the seller credentials and I'll paste it. And this is going to be, let's make it groceryapp.com. groceryapp.com. Okay. Let me add the prompt. Configure the seller credentials inside properties file. Okay, perfect. Next, implement the login API with JWT token based along with cookie implementation. I will also tell we need two different authentication filters. Create two authentication filters, one for user and one for seller. I will also specify create helper class, which is I want it is going to be create the util classes, which is the cookie util, and also if it is required the JWT util class. It should have the standard methods like validate token and the generate token. Let me add validate token, generate token. And also what I can do is it should also create the configure the CORS and encrypt the password using decrypt password encoder. Okay, this is the prompt. And what else we can add? We can also tell to add the any exception handling. We can tell to handle it. And I think this is pretty much it. I think now we can see what agent will do. We can also tell create. Okay, let it be. I'm gonna just hit enter. Let's see what the agent will do. Later we can also modify it if it is required. Okay, the agent is reading the pom.xml file. Okay, it is adding the dependencies. That is what I believe. Okay, I'm gonna just click on this pom.xml. I'll just click on this keep all and I'll just reload this payment changes, and it also edited the application.properties file. Let's click on this keep all and click on this keep all, keep, and it created the JWT service IMPL. Okay, looks good. And it also added the user auth controller and seller auth controller, keep all, perfect. User authentication filter, which I expected, seller authentication filter, perfect. And that's it. Looks like it created all the endpoints. I'm gonna click on this continue. Okay, it is throwing some errors, compilation errors, and the agent will automatically fix it. So just wait for it. Okay, cookie util, keep all, and click on this continue. Okay, still we are seeing some errors. That's fine. Okay, I believe the agent completed its work. Now it's time to review our code. Okay, looks like the agent did not complete this authentication filters. I believe in the user authentication filter also it has the same problem. Okay, we will let the agent will do it later. For now, first let's review it what it has done so far. I'm going to open the project explorer, and in the config we are seeing this security config. Okay, let's open this, and okay, we are seeing this bean, which is password encoder, decrypt password encoder, and it added the security filter chain, and CSRF disabled, CORS. We are getting some errors actually. So slash login, slash seller login, slash register, these are the open endpoints, anybody can access it, and rest all other should be authenticated. And the HTTP basic, this is disabled. And okay, so what I'll do is I'm gonna just tell agent to fix this, but before that we can go ahead and see other files. Seller auth controller, inside the seller auth controller we are told to read it from the application.properties file, and it is reading it. Okay, this is good. And it is injecting the JWT service and cookie util. We will come back to this. And we are seeing this login endpoint, and we are just checking the email and password. If it is not equal, then we are going to throw an unauthorized, not authorized. Otherwise we are going to set the claims to role seller, which is fine. And token, we are generating the token, and util, it is creating the response auth, and it is adding the maximum age. I think it's 24 hours, 1 day, and that's it. And fine, this looks good. The login for seller, which looks good. Now let's go to the user auth controller, slash user slash login. We are finding it from the MongoDB, and we are checking if the password is not matches with this real password. Okay, then we are going to throw not authorized, and we are setting the role to user, and we are generating the token, and we are creating this cookie util. This is also 24 hours, and we are returning, which looks good. And this user controller remains same. Next we have this login request, okay, which is good, and user response, this is also fine. And next, in the global exception handler, we don't see any of the methods, but inside this security we are seeing this seller authentication filter and user authentication filter, and JWT service IMPL. Inside this we are seeing this generate token and validate token, which is actually reading it from the util package, which is good. And let's go to the JWT service. We have this generate and validate token, and inside the util, let's open the cookie util. Okay, it is creating the cookie and clearing the cookie and also getting the cookie. Perfect. And in the JWT util, we are seeing this change it with, okay, it is adding the default value, the secret key, and expiration you can see 1 day, which is expected, and sign in key, generate token, validate token, looks good. Everything is as expected. Now few things are not correct. The security config, we have to tell to fix this. Okay, what I'll do is I'm gonna just open the chat window again, and I will say this is the file, it is automatically selected, the security config. And what I'll do is I'm gonna select this entire line because we're seeing this error, and right click, and you will see this option add selection to chat. Okay, click on this, and we can tell that I am seeing the error in this line. We can tell exactly what is the error. We can just hover on this. Okay, we can copy this and we can paste it. Similarly, we can also tell in this also we are seeing the error, right? Okay, we can select this add selection to chat. It will automatically select at this only this portion. Now I can also add over on this. Okay, I'm gonna select this and paste it. Now hit enter. Let's see what the agent will do. Okay, it edited the config file. I'm gonna just click on this keep all, and okay, we are seeing few more errors, but let the agent complete the editing. Okay, the agent is saying that it fixed the security config to avoid the varargs overload issue by calling the request matches once per single. I think still we are seeing this error, but the agent says that it's fixed. Okay, let me do one thing. I'm gonna close this and I'm gonna select this, click on this add selection to chat, and then I'll just add this first. Hit enter. First let's it fix this issue, then we can see this CSRF disable. Okay, it made the changes again, but still we are seeing some error. Okay, let's click on this keep all. Okay, still we are seeing these errors. Click on this continue. I believe the agent will make some more changes. Okay, so what I will do is instead of the agent is unable to fix this, what I'll do is I'm going to select this entire block of code, and I'll just select this chat, and I'm gonna say, let me close this first of all. Okay, I'm gonna select this let's select this, and I'm gonna tell use the Java 8 lambda expression and hit enter. And let's see whether this time the agent is going to fix it or not. Okay, I'm gonna just click on this keep all. Okay, click on this continue. Okay, still we are seeing some errors. Okay, what I will do is, instead of this GPT-5 mini, instead of this I'm going to use the premium models. In this premium model I'm going to select the Claude Sonnet 4.5, and then I'm gonna select this, and I'll tell Sonnet 4.5 fix the errors and use the lambdas, and hit enter. Let's see what the Claude Sonnet will do. I think this is one of the most powerful model, especially for the software engineering, and see how it is going to resolve the issues. Just wait for it. Perfect. Click on this keep all, and boom, you can see there are no errors at all. That is why I always use Claude Sonnet, because it's the most powerful model right now, especially for the software engineering. Alright, so now we can also tell Sonnet to implement the seller authentication seller authentication filter and the user authentication filter. Okay, so let's click on this keep all. I think it's also adding other things. Okay, so let's click on this keep all. At the end we can verify it. Okay, perfect. Click on this keep all. Continue. Perfect, there are no errors. Super. So it also added the CORS ASRF is disabled, CORS is disabled, and the request matches it's added. Click on this keep all. Click on this continue. Okay, summary. This is the summary. What all the things it has been fixed. We can also tell to configure the CORS. And we can also tell, let's go to the user. We have the filters, right? So let's go to the filters, authentication filter. We can tell Claude to complete this authentication filters. So, but we have to tell what exactly we need to do in this authentication filters. Okay, so since this is an seller authentication filter, we need to tell, I'm gonna select this also. Click on this and click on this add to selection. So first of all, we need to tell configure the CORS, and we need to tell add the protected routes for seller. So we need to tell what are all the protected routes for seller. So I'm gonna specify the seller routes. That is /API/seller/is/auth. Similarly, I will also add /API/product/add /API/product/stock /API/order/seller. These are the API endpoints, which I'm going to create it in the future, and these are all the protected routes for the seller. Okay, similarly I will also tell Claude to complete this part. What we need to do is we need to tell that set the cookie, complete the method, set the cookie in the header, and also we need to tell handle the unauthorized exception. Okay, so let's do one thing. First of all, I'll just only do it for seller. Then once we review that code, we can check we will do the same thing for user as well, right? Okay, so I'm gonna hit enter. Let's see what the Claude will do. Of course, if you are using the Claude, then that will be a premium model. It will consume some of your requests. So if you are a pro, if you are taken the pro version, you will have some access or some requests to use the premium models. So depending upon that, you can use the models. Okay, it edited the JWT util. I'm going to click on this keep all. Okay, let's see what it is doing in the seller authentication filter. So let's open the seller authentication filter. Okay, it's added something inside this. Okay, I'm gonna click on this keep all. Perfect. This is what I was expecting. Keep all. Perfect. And it also reading the security config. Click on this keep all. Okay, it made some changes in the security config. We can verify it. Okay, it added the cars. Sorry, not it added the request matchers. Click on this keep all. And you can see it created the beans for user authentication filter and the seller authentication filter, and it registered it here. Perfect. And it is handling the global exception handler also. We can go to the global exception handler. Okay, it added the access denied exception and authentication exception. Perfect. I'm going to click on this keep all. Click continue. And you can see there are no errors. Perfect. This is the beauty of this model. If you want to check the usage, you can just click on this Copilot and click on this view quota usage. You can see it consumed almost 3% of your 100%. That's fine. But we are getting a good results using this Claude Sonnet. Perfect. It also added the readme file. Okay, and let's go to the user authentication filter. So let's go to the user authentication filter. Boom. It also added the it also understood the user authentication filter should also need some changes, and it will automatically make those changes. Perfect. All right, so with this, now we can test our endpoints, the login endpoint for seller as well as the user. Before we start the application and test the endpoint, I will do one thing. Since we have just implemented the Spring security and we are encrypting the password, I'm gonna remove the existing records. Let's go to our MongoDB database And here let's do one thing. I will just reload this, and we have these 2 records. I'm gonna delete this. Okay, and now we don't have any records. At the same time, I will just go to the IntelliJ and go to the register. Let's go to the user controller. I want to verify whether we are encrypting the password or not. Let's go to the user controller, click on this register, go to the implementation, and perfect. We are actually encoding the password now. This is what I was looking for. Okay, with this now we can go ahead and click on this, run the application in debug mode. Okay, perfect. We are not seeing any errors. That is the good thing. And now let's go to the Postman. First, let's create some records. We already have the user account. The user we have already registered. Not the user, we have already registered the seller. We don't have any specific endpoint for the seller to register it. Okay, now I'm gonna send the request to this register. Click on this send. Boom, we get the success response. And let's go to the database. I'm gonna reload this and just reload this. We should see 1 record, and you can see the password is encrypted. Good. Now let me close this test, and now let's go to our, now let's open the login API, which is the, let me open the user auth controller. Okay, /API/user. Okay, there is a slight changes. This is user, and inside our user controller, let me open the user controller. Okay, here we have this users, and here we have the user. We have to make it consistent, but we will do it later. Now let's open the user auth controller. Let's use this login API endpoint. Let's open the Postman. Here I will just duplicate this. I'm gonna change this to login user, and this is going to be /user login. Click on this body. We just need the email and password, and I'm gonna enter the wrong credential. Let's see, click on this send. Boom, we get success false and not authorized. Fine. And now I'm gonna enter the correct password and click on this send. Boom, we get the success true. User, Bhushan, ID and email. The good thing is, if you go to the headers, we should see set cookie, and you can see the grocery auth. This is the JWT token that we are interested in. Okay, so it is automatically setting it in the cookie. Perfect. Now let's log in with the seller. Okay, I will just enter the, okay, first let's save this. I'm gonna create a new request. Let's duplicate this. This is going to be seller login seller. This is going to be seller/login. We can add the email address and password. Let's go to our IntelliJ and open the application.properties file. Grab the seller email address. Also grab the password. And with this, I will send the request. Click send. Boom, we get the response true. The name is seller, and the ID seller:admin, and email, this is the email. Okay, now the good thing is, if I go to the headers, we should see a cookie which is grocery auth, and this is for the seller token. Okay, perfect. Now we are setting it into the cookie, and you can see this is the cookie. We have this auth token and grocery auth. Okay, perfect. Now let me first of all save this. Okay, next what we need to do is we also need to test the wrong credentials for seller. Let's go to the seller login. I will just change this to admin@1. Click send. Boom, you can see false and not authorized. Perfect. I'll just enter the correct password, and with this now we completed the login API for seller as well as user. But we have to test it whether we can able to access the once the user is logged in, or without logging in the seller can able to access the other endpoints. Okay, so for that let's go to our IntelliJ. If I go to the seller or security config, these are the API endpoints which can be accessible for publicly, and these are the protected seller endpoints. Right now we have to check whether these endpoints, let's create any one of these API endpoints and let's log in with the user, and or let's log in with the user and see whether these API endpoints are able to access it or not. Right, we can go to the seller auth controller. I will quickly create those endpoints. Public string is auth seller. I will add the get mapping is auth. Okay, let's open your security config /seller/auth. Okay, and it has the role seller. Right, now I will just return authenticated as seller. This is just a testing endpoint. Now I'm gonna stop this and I'm gonna restart this in the debug mode. Okay, we are getting some error. Request mapping handler looks like, okay, it is already there. The is auth is already there, so that is why I'm gonna just remove this. The Cloud is also created this endpoint also, which is auth. Perfect. We can test this endpoint. I'm gonna start the application. Okay, let's log in as a user. Let's log in as a user. Click on this send. Boom, we have logged in as a user. Now what I will do is I'm gonna just duplicate this user. This is seller is auth API. Okay, and this is going to be seller / is auth. This is going to be a get API. Let's verify it. Yeah, this is get mapping. I'm gonna just save this, and now let's log in with the user. Click on this send. We have logged in as a user. Now let's click on this seller is auth API endpoint. Click on this. Boom, you can see we get this 403 forbidden because we have logged in as a user and the user not able to access this endpoint. Okay, that is what we are expected. Now let's log in as a seller. I will log in as a seller. Boom, we have logged in as a seller. Now click on this seller is auth, send the request. Boom, we get the response. Perfect. Our authentication is also working as expected. Perfect. Now the Cloud helped us to implement the login API for both seller as well as the user. Now let's continue with the next API. The next API which we are going to create is the add product API. This API is only accessible for the seller, because the seller are the one who is going to add the products. Let's open the chat window, and here what I will do is, first of all, I'm going to close all of these tabs, and next I'm going to make sure that select the Claude Sonnet 4.5, because I'm going to use this premium model and I'm going to use this agent mode. Okay, next I have already noted down the what the request should look like and also how the response should look like. So let's go to our notepad. This is what the add product looks like. Okay, I have just taken out the CURL, the curl, and this is how the product data should look like. It should have name, description, and price, offer price, category, and it should also include the images. Okay, we are going to basically use the form data to add the data. Next, the response, it should look like this. It should have the success, which is set to true or false depending upon the success and failure, and the message, it should add the message that is product added. So this is how I want the structure should look like, the request structure and the response structure. Along with this, since we are adding the images, I want to upload the images into the Cloudinary. So I will also need to provide the Cloudinary name and the cloud name and the API key and the secret key. I'm going to provide that also. Let's open our chat window. I will write the prompt, create add API, add product API. It should have the following request structure. I'm going to add that CURL, so let's copy that. This is what the CURL. The API should have the following response structure. I'm going to provide the response structure as well. Perfect. And I will also provide the how the database structure should look like. The database collection name should be products, and it should have the following document structure. Okay, let's go back to our notepad, and I'm going to, this is how the database structure look like. Let's copy this and paste it. Perfect. Since we are uploading the images, since we are adding the images, in the images, upload the images to Cloudinary. Following are the Cloudinary details. So I'm going to add the Cloudinary details. So let me copy this and I will paste it. Make sure to use your details, the API key, cloud name, and the secret key, because once I upload this video into YouTube, I'm going to change these API key and secret key, so it will no longer be active. Make sure to use your details. Perfect. With this, and also I'm going to add this endpoint should be accessible only for sellers. Okay, in fact we have already added this. So if I go to the security config, you can see the add this API endpoint. We have already added it for the role seller, so we don't have to worry about it. Okay, so I'm gonna just hit enter and see what the agent will do. So just wait for few minutes, and then we should be able to test the endpoint. Okay, it just added the Cloudinary API, the dependency. I'm going to just click on this accept, and I will reload this Maven changes, and then I will also accept the Cloudinary details and the multi-part details in the application or properties file. I'm going to just click on this keep all the different files, the product file, product repository, and the product request. So let's keep it. Product response, let's keep it. Next, it will be creating the Cloudinary configs. Okay, so let's keep this. And okay, it is created the Cloudinary service. Let's keep this. And the service implementation, let's keep this. The product service, which is an interface, let's keep this. And the implementation, let's keep this also. Perfect. And now we should expect the product controller. Okay, product controller, let's keep this. Let's click on this keep all. And in the security config, it made some changes. Actually, we can see what it really made the changes in the security config. Okay, form login, it is disabled. Okay, these are the details it's added. Click on this keep all. Click on this continue, and it displayed the errors. It is build failed. Okay, now it will understand what error it is, and it will try to fix it. Okay, so let's click on this keep all, and I'm gonna reload the Maven changes. Then we should no longer see those errors. So let's click on this continue. This time we should see the build success. Perfect, which is expected. Great, the build is successful. Now let me verify the errors are gone. Okay, perfect. Okay, still the application build failure. That is because the faster XML object mapper is in our configuration. Okay, there is some error. Let's see what the agent will do. First of all, I'm going to stop this. Okay, click continue. Let's click continue again. Okay, Jackson config, it is added. That's okay. Click continue. Click continue. Perfect. You can see the Tomcat is started on the port 8080. Let it finish. Okay. Click continue. Let's wait for 5 seconds. Okay, checking if the port is in use. Click continue. Okay, the port not in use. Now it is going to start the application, I believe. Let's continue. Okay, I think we can stop it now. It is doing the things which is not required for us. Okay, so let me continue it again. Okay, it is saying the port 8080 is already in use. So let's continue. Okay, now let me click on this continue. Okay, now the Tomcat is started on the port 8080. I think from here we can stop it. We don't need to continue with this anymore because the things will get messed up if I continue with this. So looks like I'm gonna stop it, but let's wait for it. What it is trying to do, we'll see. So once everything is done, make sure to stop it. Otherwise the agent is going to do a few more things, it becomes way smarter. So that's why you just stop it once it generated all the code. Okay, let's do one thing. I'm gonna just close all of these previous tabs. Okay, and let's close this Copilot. Okay, just click on this terminate and it will terminate it. And now we can cancel this. Okay, and we can run it on our own. I'm going to just click on this cancel, and we can stop this actually. Okay, okay, it is now stopped completely. Now we can, with this we can run it on our own and we can see. Let me minimize this. I'm going to start the application in debug mode. Okay, the application is started without any errors, which is good. Now we can test the endpoint. First of all, let's go to the product controller. Let me open the product controller, and this is the endpoint. What we can do is we can just ask the inline chat to give the curl, provide the C URL for the API to test in Postman. Okay, this will give us the C URL. I'm gonna copy that. Okay, so let's copy this and go to the Postman, click on this import. I'm gonna paste it. So only I'm going to copy this C URL, rest everything remove it, and again you will add it, and now it will properly import it. I can just say add product. This is going to be quick basket grocery API, import into collection. Perfect. Inside the body you can see we have this product data, and we have this image and image 2. Let's remove this. Okay, and first of all what I'll do is I'm going to just, okay, we have this name, price and quantity. Few other things also we can add. If I go back to our product, let me go to the product. You can see we have this name, description, price, offer price, image, category, in stock, it is true. So what I will do is I'm going to just add the name which is Apple, and I will also add the description. We can add the description in a list. So description, we can provide it in the array. So apple, sweet apple. I can also add 1 kg. Okay, I'm going to just add the description in an array. We can also add the offer price. Let's add the offer price, let's say 100 rupees, right? Image, we are already adding it. Okay, and then string category we can add. Okay, the category which is fruits. Oops, let me add the this is going to be fruits. Okay, what else we can add? We can add a in stock, it is already true. Category, we have added image, offer price and price. Okay, we can also add the price. Price which is 120, and then description we have added, name we have added, right? This is enough. I'm going to add the files. Currently I don't have the fruit images. Instead I'm going to add something else. So let's go to our, okay, I have the channel logos, my company logo. I'm going to just add this. Okay, I will also add one more company logo. I'll just add this, and now we can test this. So everything looks good. Localhost 8080 API product add, and but we should be logging in with an the seller. So make sure to log in with the seller. Let me save this, and first let's log in with an user and see whether the user can able to add the products or not. Let's open the collection and log in as a user. Okay, this is the user. I'm going to click on this send. Okay, the user is logged in. Now go to the add product, and I'm going to log in as this. You can see 403 forbidden because the user is logged in and we cannot able to add the product. But now let's log in as a seller. I'm going to log in as a seller. Boom, we have logged in. Now click on this add product, click send. Okay, we are getting this error that is false, invalid product data format, unrecognized field quantity. Okay, looks like we do not have the quantity. Okay, we don't have the quantity. We should have also been added the quantity. Let's go back to our notepad. Did we added the quantity? Price, offer price, category. Okay, quantity we have not added. Okay, we don't need the quantity in that case. So what I'll do is I'm going to just remove the quantity. Go to our postman. Okay, here in the postman I'm going to remove the quantity. So let's get rid of this quantity and click send. Still we are getting 400 bad requests, invalid product data format, unexpected characters S. I think this is in the images, so let's change it to image. This is going to be an image, and click send. 403 forbidden. Looks like we made some mistake. Okay, so let's go and check here. Images is not present. Okay, looks like something is wrong. We can go to the product controller. Go to our product controller. Let me close this. You can see we are expecting the images and the product data. Here we have given the product data, and this is going to be an images. It was correct actually. Click send. Okay, invalid data format, unexpected characters S, was expecting a colon, separate field name value, streamed for line. Okay, so we don't know what this error is. I'm going to just copy this error and I will put it in the chat. So let's see how it is going to rectify this, the agent. I'm going to hit enter. First of all, I'm going to stop the server. Just wait for it. Okay, it is added. This line of code, trim clean the JSON string. I'm going to click on this keep. Okay, perfect. Now what I will do is I'm going to just stop this, click cancel. Now run the application. Okay, go to the postman, click send. Okay, still we are getting this 400 bad request. I'm going to just copy this and I'm going to add this, and I will also add the logs, and I'll hit enter. Let's see what it is going to do, the agent. Okay, it is saying that problems description is missing in closing quote, should be description, and offer price is 100. Offer price should be number, not a string. You have a price defined twice, price and price. Okay, because of that, okay, let me click on this keep all, close this. Okay, let's go back. It is saying that I can see the issue now. Looking at the log output, the JSON you are sending has a syntax error. Description field is missing the closing double quote before the colon. Let me highlight the issue in your JSON. Okay, something I think here we haven't added the double quotes, that is why. Okay, I was passing. Okay, let me add this double quotes here. So because of that, it was throwing the error. Okay, perfect. Now I'm going to just restart this. Perfect. Hopefully this time we should be able to add the product. Go back to the postman, click send. We should expect a response. Boom, you can see success true and added. The product is added. Perfect. Now we can verify it in the database. Let's go to our MongoDB database. I'm going to just reload this. You should see the products collection. First of all, I'm going to delete this test collection. Let's remove this, drop the collection and select the products. You can see now we have this document description. You can see sweet apple 1 kg and price, offer price, image. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this one of this. We can verify it whether it is present in the Cloudinary or not. So let's copy this, open the browser, hit enter. Boom, you can see now the image is present inside the Cloudinary. Okay, and we are getting the public URL. Okay, now the add product API is working as expected. We are able to add the products with the help of our agent. And of course, while telling the prompt, we have made some mistakes. We could have added a more detailed prompt, and the Copilot, it is going to make the life easier, even better. All right, fine. It also added these exceptions. That is because I have missed the double quotes, and because of that it added the exceptions. With that, we could have easily understand what went wrong with that. Okay, that is what the agent does. And yeah, I think the add product API is working as expected. Now we completed it. We will review our code, what exactly it does. So let's open the src folder and let's start with the model. It added the product document with the collection name is products, ID, name, description, price, offer price, image, category, and in stock it is set to true. And next, let's go to the request and response. So let's go to the DTO, and we have this product request. In the product request, you can see the product name is required, product description is required, product price is required, offer price is required, and category is required. All are the required fields, the mandatory field. We have added the name, description, price, offer price, and category. We can verify this also. Let's go to our postman, and here what I'll do is I'm going to just not going to add the name and see whether it will throw the validation exception or not. Okay, perfect. And I'm going to click on this send. Boom, you can see success false and message product name is required. So that a validation is also in place. 400 bad request it is throwing. Perfect. This is the product request. Let's go to the product service. We have the success and message. That's it. Pretty straightforward. And in the exception, does it add anything? No, it did not add anything. Perfect. And next, let's go to our config. In the config, did it add anything? Yes, it added the Cloudinary config. Okay, it added the Cloudinary configurations, API key, secret key, cloud name, and it is creating the bean for Cloudinary. Pretty straightforward. Just a normal Java bean it is creating. And next we have this Jackson config. It added the bean for object mapper. That is also expected. Next, let's expand our controller. We have the product controller. And before that, we can go to the repository. We have this product repository. It added the product repository with the Mongo repository, and also inside our service it added the implementation and the Cloudinary service. So in the Cloudinary service it added the upload images. It is going to take the list of images, and in the implementation you can see it is creating a method upload images. It is overriding that method, and here it is creating the array list, and it is iterate over all the images, and it is uploading it into the Cloudinary using the uploader and upload method, and it is going to get this secure URL from the response, and it is going to add it to the images URL. Okay, that is the list, and that list it is going to return it. Similarly, we have this product service. Okay, we have this product service. It has a method called add product. In the implementation, we are making a call to the service, the Cloudinary service. We are injecting the Cloudinary service, and we will get the list of URLs for the images. Then we are going to create an object for the product. We are going to set the name, description, and price, and offer price, category, image, and the stock. We are going to set this to true whenever we are adding the product, and the product we are going to save it into the database, and we are going to return the response that is true and product is added. Success to true and the product is added. This is just a service. Next we have the controller. Let's go to the product controller. Inside the product controller we are just creating the API endpoint, and this is going to consume the multi-part form data value, because from the React application we are going to pass the data in the form, and we are going to accept the product data and images. Images is going to be a multi-part file, and we are going to first trim the JSON, and then we are going to, just for the logging purpose, we are logging in, and then we are going to check for the validation images. If it is empty, then we are going to throw at least one image is required, just the validation we are adding, and then we are going to parse it using the object mapper, and next we are going to validate the parsed request. In case after it is parsed, if it is null, we are going to throw that product name is required, and then next we are going to call the service method, and we are going to pass the product request and the images. Perfect. And we are also handling the exceptions for the JSON processing exception, illegal argument exception for the validations, and the exception, the generalized exception. Okay, and also in our application.properties file, let's open the application properties. Oops. You can see it is adding the Cloudinary configuration. As I said before, do not use mine, because this will no longer be active as soon as I upload into the YouTube, and it is also adding the configurations for maximum file size and the request file size. Okay, with this now we completed the add product API. I think the agent has done a great job. I am happy with that. It generated the very good code. As I said before, we could also provide more details about the prompt and what exactly needs to be there. It would have even written the good code, and it with a bug-free code. Alright, whenever you are adding the prompt, make sure to add the request, response, and database DB structure. Everything you have to provide it, so that the agent or the models will understand it, what you are trying to create, what you are trying to create, and what the API structure should look like, and what is the response structure should look like, and how the database structure should look like. That context is very important. Alright, with this now we have created the add API endpoint. In the next we will start creating the other API endpoints for seller. Next we'll create the API for getting the products, and this API endpoint is for both user as well as the seller. So let's open the chat window. Okay, we will provide the prompt. Before that, let me close all of these tabs. So let's close this. Now I have already noted down the request and response structures. So let me close this and open the notepad. This is the request. Okay, this is the API endpoint, and this is the response. I want the response structure should be look like this. I'm gonna copy this, open the chat window, create an API for fetching the products from database. This endpoint is accessible for both users and seller. The API response should have the following structure. Okay, I have provided the structure, the response structure. Next, we can also provide the API. Okay, create the request URL should be this. Okay, with this, now the agent should generate the API for fetching the products, and we can also tell that also give the CURL after creating the API. That's it. Now hit enter. Let's see what the agent will do. I'm going to stop the server first of all. Okay, it created the product list response. Okay, I'm gonna just click on this keep, and it also created the product DTO. Let's click on this keep. Okay, it also added the method which is get all products. Click on this keep all. So it updated the product service. Now we can expect the product service implementation. Okay, you can see the product service implementation. I'm going to click on this keep all. Okay, it added this method. Next, it should update the controller. For some reason the agent is taking so much time. I'm going to just stop this, and I will just say update the product controller to call the service method. Let's see what the agent will do, whether it is able to create the method for a product controller or not. I can see that still the agent is not responding. I'm going to click on this stop. What I will do is I'm going to just go to the service implementation, and I can say I'm going to provide the inline chat, create an API endpoint for this method. Okay, so let's try this. I'm going to hit enter. Looks like it's something wrong with this GitHub Copilot. For some reason it is not responding at all. Okay, let's do one thing. I'm going to stop this, and what I will do is I'm going to just select a different model. Instead of the Sonnet 4.5, I'm going to select the Gemini Pro. Okay, and I'm going to just update the controller to call the service method get all products, or even more precisely we can select this, and I'm going to hit enter. Let's see whether the Gemini Pro can able to generate for us. I think there's something wrong with the Copilot. I don't know. None of the models are not working. Maybe either my internet is not working. Let's actually verify it whether my internet is working or not. I'm going to just open the Google. Okay, looks like my internet is working, but for some reason the Copilot is not correctly responding for any of my prompts. Okay, fine, finally we got it. The product service, product controller and security config, it started reading all of this. Okay, perfect. So it updated the product controller. I'm going to just click on this keep all and boom, you can see get all products. It is calling the service method. Perfect. I'll just stop this. I don't want to run it anything. Okay, perfect. We get this list, slash list, product slash list, and we are calling the service method and we are just returning it. Okay, now we can actually verify it. So let's go back to our, first of all, let's open the get all products service implementation. Okay. Now, what I will do is I'm going to just ask the Copilot to provide the CURL, give, or I can just here, I'm going to use this inline chat, give CURL for this API to test in Postman. All right, we get this CURL. I'm going to just copy this, go to the Postman, click on this import. Okay, I want this only the CURL, so let's take this and repaste it. I'll this change this to products list. This is going to be grocery API, import into collection. Okay, now this is a get request. So now first let's we have already logged in as a seller. I'm going to start the application, so I'm going to just minimize this and I'm going to close this and I will start the application in debug mode. Okay, the application is started. Go to the Postman, click the send request. We get the products, success true. Okay, now let's log in as a user. Let's open the collection, login user, click send. We have logged in as a user. Now click on this products list, click send, boom. Now for the seller as well as the user, we are getting the products list. Now let's go back to our code and let's see what it actually made the changes. Let's open the, first of all, if you go to the chat window, it made the changes in the, it created the product list response, product DTO, product service IMPL, and then it also edited the product controller. And let's go back to our product controller. In the product controller, it just added this list, which is expected. And let's go to the DTO. It also added the product list response. Okay, just a normal Pojo class. Similarly, product DTO. Okay, it just added this product DTO. And what else it created? It created the product DTO and product list response and product service. So let's go to the product service. It updated the product service. Inside our product service, it added the get all products and product service IMPL. It added this implementation, just it is calling the find all method and it is converting it into a, from product to product DTO it is converting and it is returning the list, right? And then it also made changes to the product controller, which is expected. And also let's go to the security config. Does it made any changes in the security config? We will verify it. This is going to be security config. In the security config, it did not make any changes to the security config, which is expected because this endpoint is required. This endpoint is accessible for both user as well as the seller. So that's why we have already added this any request that should be authenticated. That's why it did not made any changes to the security config, which is expected. All right, looks like the product list endpoint is working as expected. It is working for both user as well as the seller. Perfect. Next, we can create another get endpoint to fetch the single product based on the ID. Now let's create an API endpoint to fetch the product by ID, and this endpoint is accessible for both users and the sellers. So let's open the chat window, and I'm going to select the Claude Sonnet 4.5 and I'll keep it the agent mode. Now let's open the notepad. I have already noted down the request and response. Let's go to the other notepad, the other file. Here there are a lot of things are there, and if you scroll down, we have this add product API, which we have already done that, and get products API, which is also completed. Now get product by ID. Okay, what I will do is I'm going to just open the chat window and I will write the prompt, create an API to fetch the product by its ID. The API URL should be, I'm going to just add this URL. The API should have the following response structure. Let's add the structure. This is the API response structure. This API is accessible for both users and seller, and the API should accept the parameter which is product ID, and also handle the exception. So with this, now I'm going to hit enter. Let's see what the agent will do. Okay, it read the product controller and product service, product.java, product dto.java, global exception handler, and also it read the product service implementation, product repository. Okay, now it will start adding the code, product not found exception, the custom exception. So I'm gonna just keep all. Product detail response, let's keep this. Let's keep this also, get product by ID. Okay, it added the service implementation. I'm gonna just click on this keep all. Okay, let me click on this keep all, and product controller, let's click on this keep all, and it created the endpoint. Perfect. I'm going to just click on this cancel. I don't want to run it by the agent itself. Perfect. Okay, it is going to verify the final implementation by reading all the completed files. All right, it added the API endpoint, it updated the markdown file. Perfect. So now it also given this curl, which is the CURL. I'm going to just copy this, go to the Postman, open the collection, click on this we have this grocery API. Click on this import. I'm gonna paste it. So this is going to be get product by ID. Okay, this is going to be get product by ID. I'm going to import it into this grocery API collection. That's it. Now what we need to do is, since we have discussed this endpoint is for both users and seller, let's open the IntelliJ. I'm going to start the application in debug mode. Perfect, the application is started. Let's go to the Postman. First of all, if I click on this cookies, we already have the JSON, the grocery auth, seller token, and all of the bunch of things are available. I'm going to remove everything. Right now there are no cookies. If I try to click on this send, we get the exception that is 403 forbidden, which is expected because the user, either the user or the seller is not logged in. That's why we get this 403 forbidden. Perfect. Now let's log in with the user. Okay, now we have logged in as user. Click on this send. Boom, the user is logged in. Now get product by ID. We don't have this product, but let's try to send the request. Boom, you can see success false, the product not found with the ID, this, which is expected. Now we can check the product ID exactly. Let's go back to our database, and if I open the grocery app, we have these products, we have this single product. I'm gonna copy this product, paste it, click send. Boom, we get this product, which is apple. The description, image, price, offer price, the stock which is true. Okay, we are getting the response. Perfect. Now let me save this, and now let's log in with seller and see whether the seller can able to access it or not. Let's go to the collections and go to the, first of all, let's log in as a seller. So let's go to the seller login, register user, login user, seller, login seller. Okay, I'm going to click on this send. Boom, the seller is logged in. Now let's go to the get product by ID, and I'm going to just open the cookies. I'm going to just remove this. Okay, let's remove this both, and again we will log in as a seller. Okay, login as a seller. Now in the cookies you can see we have this grocery auth. Now if I click on this get product by ID, we should see the response. Click send. Boom, we get the response back. Awesome. So now this endpoint is accessible for both users as well as seller. Alright, so let's verify the code what it generated. Now let's open the project explorer. Okay, first of all, there will be no changes in the config. We can verify it in the security config also. Nothing has made any changes into the security config. And inside this product controller, if I open this, there is a new endpoint is added, which is /id, which is expected. It is basically a get request, and it is accepting the ID, the product ID, and it is calling the service method, and it is returning the response back to the client. Pretty straightforward. Okay, now after the controller, it also created the DTO, which is product detail response, I believe. Let's open this. Okay, this is the DTO, it has been created. Okay, and next, it did not create any other request because since it's a get request, so it just only created the response object. And next, the exception, the product not found exception. If I open this, it just created the exception, which is extends the runtime exception, and it created the constructor as well. And this is going to take the exception message as a parameter, and it is going to call the super, the parent class. And if I go to the global exception handler, it handled the product not found exception, and it is just returning the message success to false, and the message, the exception message. Pretty straightforward. Next, it also okay, it did not add any model, which is expected. And the repository, if I go to the product repository, okay, it also added not any finder methods. And security did not make any changes into the security, but in the product service it added the method looks like that is get product by ID. And in product service IMPL it added this implementation. It is calling the find by ID method, and if the product is not found, it is throwing the custom exception, which is product not found with ID, and it is creating the product DTO, and it is setting all the values. Okay, that's the regular stuff. Okay, and in the util it did not make any changes to the util. That's it, pretty straightforward. And the agent has created this endpoint without any errors. That's it. Alright, now we have completed this API endpoint. Next we are going to create the same API endpoint with just the post request. Let's do that. First of all, I'm going to stop the server. Let's stop this and open the chat window, and let's actually go to the notepad, and I have already noted down the API request and response. If I scroll down, you can see we have this get product by ID with a post API. We are going to just create the same fetch API by product with its ID, but we're going to use the post request HTTP method because this is required from the front end. Okay, when we are consuming this endpoint in our React application, this is much needed. That's why we are going to create the same API endpoint but with the post request, right? Okay, now what I'll do is I'm going to just provide this request and response structure, create one more API to fetch the product by its ID. This is the same API which we created previously, but with the HTTP post method. The request body should have the following structure. I'm going to provide this structure. Next, the API should have the following response structure. Let's provide the response structure. I'm going to copy this and paste it. That's it. Whenever you're prompting to the any models, the AI models, what you can do is you can always provide the request and response structure so that it will accurately understand what exactly you're trying to create an API. Accordingly, it is going to create the model classes and the response classes, and also it will with that response it will understand what exactly you are trying to do. Okay, so always if you are creating an API, make sure to provide the request structure and the response structure. That will helps a lot. Okay, and rest everything remains same. This API is for both users and seller. With this, now we can, I'm going to, okay, I will also provide the what I can do. I can provide the API endpoint, the same API endpoint which we have used previously, but this is going to be a post request instead of the get request. Okay, with this I'm going to hit enter. Let's see what the agent will do. Okay, I'm going to just click on this keep all. It created the product ID request model class or the DTO class. It also added the validation, which is good. Let's open the product controller. I'm going to click on this keep all. Okay, it created this endpoint. Click on this keep all. Perfect. The warning are just IDE warnings about unused code, which is normal for Spring REST controllers. Let me read the final controller to verify it. Super. So let's wait for it. Perfect. It updated the markdown file also. Let me close this and we get this CURL to test the endpoint. I'm going to copy this. Let's open the Postman and I'm going to just click on this import and paste it. I can just add get product by ID. This is going to be grocery API, import it to the collection, get product by ID, get product by ID. This is a get endpoint, this is a post endpoint, that's the difference. And if I go to the body, this is what the ID is. So let's go to the get product by ID. Okay, let's copy this and paste it. Boom. And with this, now I'm going to save this, and when I click on this send, okay, let's start the application. We haven't started the application actually. Application is started. I'm going to click on this. Okay, let me remove this and click send. Boom, we get the same error response, that is false, product not found. Click send. Boom, we get the response back. The reason why I added this post endpoint is I just wanted to review the code, whether the AI model has just duplicate the code, it just repeated the code, or it just reused the same code. I just wanted to verify that. That's why I created, I told the AI model to add the same logic with just the post request. Now let's verify whether it just actually duplicate the code or repeated the code, or it just using the same logic itself. We can go to the IntelliJ, and first of all let's go to the controller. Okay, we have this product controller post method with a /id, and it is accepting the request body product ID request. And here you can see it is calling the get product by ID, so the same method which is calling by the get product by ID method. Okay, it did not duplicate the code since the logic is same, since we explicitly told that the previous logic used the same previous logic. So that's why it is going to call the same previous method. Instead of duplicating it, it just reused the same code. Perfect. This is what I expected. And also, however, we are going to use this endpoint in our React application, so that you will understand where exactly we're going to use these two different API endpoints. Perfect. With this, now we completed the get API endpoints for the products. Next, we can create the API endpoints for logout for both seller as well as the user. First of all, I'm going to stop the server. Let's open our notepad. I have already noted down the API, which is seller logout API. We will come back to this seller is auth API in the next, but first let's complete the seller logout API. Create an API for seller logout. The API should be this, and the response should have the following structure. So this is the response structure. The API should be this, and the response structure this, and this API is responsible for clearing out the session or cookie, clearing out the cookie and log out from the application. Okay, that's it. Now I'm going to hit enter. Let's see what the agent will do. This should create the API and it should clear the cookies as well. It treated the seller auth controller and it implemented the logout API. Click on this keep and you can see cookie util.clear. It is clearing the cookie and it is just returning the response back to the client. Perfect. These are the warnings typical for Spring controller. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to just, it updated the markdown file also. Just close this and with this we can test the endpoint. I'm going to, okay, first of all, I'm going to just copy this and go to the Postman and let's import this. This is going to be seller logout. This is going to be grocery API. Import into the collection. Okay, this is the logout. So if you look at this cookies, you can see we have this grocery auth. Now what I'll do is I'm going to just click on this send. Okay, the application is not started, so let's start the application. Application is started. I'm going to click on this send. Boom, we get the response back, success to true, message logged out. Now we'll try to, before logging in, we'll try to click on, send the request to this seller isAuth endpoint. I'm going to click on this send. Boom, we get this 403 forbidden because the seller is already logged out, and if he is trying to access this endpoint without logging in, then it is expected that we are going to throw the exception, the 403 forbidden. Perfect. The seller logout is working as expected. Now similarly, just like the seller, we'll also tell to implement the logout API for the user. Let's go to our notepad. I have already noted down the user logout endpoint also. If you scroll down, cash on delivery, Razorpay, Stripe API, get orders for user, get orders for seller. I think I have noted down somewhere at the above, user isAuth, user get address, add address, seller logout API, seller isAuth, get product API, get product ID, product API, add product, login API. Okay, I think logout, this is seller logout. Okay, fine. Only I think I forgot to copy the logout API for the request structure API, the request and response structure for the user logout endpoint. I'll just do one thing. I'll just go to the, first of all, let me stop this. Create similar endpoint for user logout. This API should clear the cookie and log out from the application. Okay, that's it. That's a single line prompt I have given. With all of the previous conversation, the Claude Sonnet should understand, it should create the endpoint for user as well. Okay, I'm going to hit enter. Let's see what the agent will do. Okay, it read the user auth controller. It created the code for us. Logout. Okay, it is clearing the cookie, grocery auth, and it is returning the response success to true, message logged out. Perfect. This is what we have expected. And it will update the markdown file. Looks like yes, it updated the markdown file. Let me close this. We can copy the curl, go to the Postman. I'll just click on this import. Logout, user logout API. This is goes into the grocery API, import into the collection. Now, since if I go to the cookies, you can see we have already logged out from the application. The seller is also logged out. So now what I'll do is I'm going to just click on the get products. So let's go to the products list. First of all, let's start the application. We can then test it. The application is started. I'm going to click on this send. Boom, we get this 403 forbidden, which is expected. Now let's log in as a seller. I'm going to open the seller, login seller, click send. Boom, you can see now the seller is logged in. Now let's use the logout API, the user logout API. Let's see what should happen. I'm going to click on this send. Okay, it is logging out. It should not log out actually because the user itself has not logged in, but it is already logging out. We are just calling this API endpoint, and inside this logout endpoint, what we are trying to do is we are going to just clear out the cookie. That is the reason why it is working, because since for both the seller and the user we have used the same token, which is the we are using the same the cookie, which is grocery auth. That is why it is actually showing it as success to true and message logged out. Actually, we can easily handle this by giving a different cookie name, but I'm gonna ignore this. We don't have to do anything with this. I'm gonna just ignore this. Of course, we can even give a better prompt and we can tell them to handle this scenario as well. Since the logged in ID, the seller is logged in, and when I try to log out from the user perspective, since the user is not logged in at all, it is trying to logging out from the application. It should, before it should log out, it should throw an exception that the user has not logged in at all and there is nothing to log out. But from the perspective of API, this is correct implementation. We are just logging out from the application. Okay, now what I'll do is I'm going to just log in as a user, or what I'll do is I'm going to just log in as a user. Okay, we have to logged in as a user. Now I'm going to just go to the user logout API. I'm going to click on this send. Now the user is logged out. Now we will try to access the product API because the seller is also logged out and the user is also logged out. If I try to click on this product list, when I click on this send, boom, still we are getting this 403 forbidden, which is expected because now both the seller as well as the user is logged out and this API is returning 403 forbidden. Okay, but I hope you understand the context what we are trying to do in the logout API. We all just clearing out the cookie. That's the only intention. We are not checking whether the user is logged in, whether the seller is logged in. As long as we hit the logout API endpoint, whichever the cookie is present with a name grocery auth, we are going to just clearing it out, and we are displaying the message that the user is logged out. That's it. That's the whole idea of it. Perfect. Now with this, we have implemented the logout API for both user as well as seller. Now we can move ahead with the other API endpoints. First of all, I'm going to stop the server. Okay. Since if I go to the seller auth controller, this is auth API is already created by the model. This API is already available. We can test this endpoint. So what I'll do is I'm going to restart the application. Okay, the application is restarted. Now if I go to the postman, and first let's log in as a seller. Okay, directly we will try to send the request to the seller is auth. We already tested this, but let's one more time. I'm going to click on this send. Boom, we get this 403. So log in as a seller, or let's log in as a user. I'm going to click on this send. I have logged in as a user. Let's go to the seller is auth, click send. Still we get this 403, which is expected. Now let's log in as a seller, click send. We have logged in as a seller. Now click on this seller is auth and click send. Boom, we get the response back, right? So instead of sending the response, this entire thing, because this is the same response as the login response, right? So instead of this, what we can do is we can even make it simplified. Let's go back to our notepad. If you scroll up, okay, this is the seller is auth API, and I want the response to be keep it this just success is true. Okay, I don't want this to return all these details. Okay, we can go to the our IntelliJ and the chat window. What I'll do is let's open the seller auth controller. I'm gonna select this entire API, update the response that have the following structure. Okay, this is the structure, and that's it. I'm gonna hit enter. Let's see what it is going to do. Actually I wanted, okay, perfect. I'm gonna click on this keep all. Okay, we get this a simple response. Perfect. Now I also wanted to change the message, that is instead of the not authorized, whenever the credential is incorrect, I'm going to just add it bad credentials. Similarly for the user auth controller, instead of this not authorized, I can change it to bad credentials. This is going to be bad credential. Okay, so I'm gonna stop the server and I'm gonna restart it. We can verify it quickly. Go to the postman. First let's go to the login user. I'll just add the incorrect password, click send. Boom, we get this bad credential 123, click send. Now the user is logged in. Now click on this seller is auth, click send. We get this 403 forbidden, which is expected. Login as a seller. Let's enter the wrong credential, click send. We get the same bad credential. Click enter the correct credential. Okay, now we get the response, and now we can click on this seller is auth, click send. Boom, we get this success to true. All right, perfect. Now we have added the is auth for seller. Similarly, we can also add the API endpoint for user is auth as well. Okay, so let's open the chat window. create an API endpoint for user similar to seller is auth API. The API should have the URL. I'm going to add the URL. Let's go back to our notepad, and this is going to be a seller is auth. Similarly, we should have the user is auth, right? So let's copy this and paste it. The API should have the following response structure. I'm gonna copy the response and paste it. Okay, and that's it. The API should also return the cart items in case if the user added any items in the cart. Okay, this is going to, we're going to return it, the cart items also, in case if the user is added. Okay, with this now we can, I'm going to just hit enter. I'm going to stop the server as well. Let's see what the agent will do. Okay, it already read the user.java. It also read the user authentication filter, and it added the method find by ID. Let's keep this method inside our service implementation, and also user auth controller. Let's click on this keep all to keep the method. Okay, is auth. Perfect. All right. Super. It is going to update the markdown file. Okay, before that it also added the security config. So let's keep this because this is only for the user. Okay, that is why it added the /user /is auth has a role user. Perfect. I was expected this also. Looks like it will update the markdown file. Okay, it updated the markdown file. We can close this and we can test the API. So what I'll do is, okay, it also given this CURL to test with curl. I'm going to copy this, open the Postman. Let's import this. This is going to be user is auth. This should be grocery API. Import into the collection. Now I don't know whether the user is logged in or the seller is logged in, but I'm going to restart the application. I'm going to clear this, open the Postman. I'm going to just click on this send. Boom, we get this 403, which is the user is not logged in. So let's log in as a user. Okay, first let's log in as a seller. I'm going to log in as a seller, click send. Okay, the seller is logged in. Next, this is the user is auth. Click on this send. We get this 403 forbidden, which is expected. Log in as a user, click send. Now the user is logged in. Now user is auth. I'm going to click on this send. Okay, still we are getting this 403, though the user is logged in. The user is logged in. Login by user. I'm going to click on this send. Perfect, the user is logged in. User is auth. Click send. Still we are getting this 403. We can verify it. let's do one thing. I'm going to just I tested the API though the user is logged in. When I test the API, I get the status 403 forbidden. What is the issue, right? We will see what is the issue. I think this is going to be localhost 8080/API/user/is auth /API/user/is auth, and this is the user. And if I go to the cookies, we have this grocery auth. Okay, let's check with the agent. Let's see what the agent will do. What is the root cause? Okay, I can see the issue. The problem is in the security config /API/user/is endpoint. It requires authentication, but any request or authenticator at an end, catching it before the specific rule apply. And since there is a no specific handling, Spring Security is denying access. However, okay, it's added the method that is, I'm going to click on this keep all. Okay, it added this, it is overridden this method should not filter, and it is adding this method only apply this filter to a seller endpoints. Okay, it is just adding the endpoints for the seller. Click on this, let me see. Okay, user authentication filter. Okay, I'm going to keep this also. Now it updated the markdown file. Perfect. Looks like the issue is also fixed. We will test it. I'm going to start the application in debug mode. Okay, now first of all, let's log in as a seller. Click send. The seller is logged in. Now click on this user is auth. Click send. Boom, 403. Now let's log in as a user. Okay, we have logged in as a user, and now let's click on this user is auth. Click send. Still we are getting this 403 forbidden, which is not expected. Let's do one thing. I'm going to try it one more time. Let's log in as a user. Okay, we are logging in as user. Okay, the user is logged in. Now go to the user is auth. Click send. Boom, still we are getting this 403. Again, we can go back and ask for the agent. Still I see the same issue even after applied the changes and restarted the application. I see the same status 403 forbidden. Hit enter. I'm gonna stop the server. Let's see whether it is going to solve the issue or not. Let me investigate further. The issue might be in the security config where we are requiring has role user, but the authentication might not be set correctly. Let me check the security config and also add some debugging to understand what is happening. Okay, it started debugging it by adding some logs. So I'm gonna keep all. Perfect. Now I see another potential issue. The order of the matches matters in the security config, since we have the request matches API/user/login permit all and request matches/user/logout permit all at the top. But then we have the request matches/API/user/**authenticated, which will catch all the user paths. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna click on this keep all. Okay, so it added some debuggers, just adding the system.out.println. Okay, we will see whether this is going to solve the problem or not. Okay, it is telling me to check the logs. Okay, so I'm going to open the debugger and let's start the application. The application is started. I'm going to clear it out. Let's go to the Postman. So what I'll do is I'm going to click on this. Okay, first of all, let's log in as a user. Log in as a user. Click send. Okay, we have logged in as a user. Now user is auth. This is the endpoint. Okay, first of all, okay, we get this list of messages. Okay, now I'm going to click on this send again. Okay, now we are getting a different message with this response, right? Okay, what I'll do is I'm going to just copy this, add it in the chat, and I will also add this response. I still see the same error with the following response. Okay, now I'm going to, let me stop the server. Let's send this and let's see what the agent will understand and how it is going to behave. I see the issue now. The logs show that the /API/user is auth request, the token is invalid, but it's valid for the login request. This means that during the login, a new token is being generated and sent it to the client, but you are still using the old token from a previous login session. The problem is you need to use the fresh token from the most recent login response. However, I also notice another issue. When you log in, it's setting the authentication because you already had a cookie. This suggests that you are testing with an old cookie. Let me check if there is an issue with how we are handling the login endpoint. Okay, let's keep all of this. Okay. Perfect. Just wait for a few seconds. Let the agent complete its work. I think it is going to update the markdown file. Yes. Okay, now I'm going to close this. Let's start the application in debug mode. Okay, now I'm going to click on this login user. First of all, let's go to the cookie and I'm going to remove all of these cookies. Click on this send. Boom, we logged in. If you go to the cookies, you can see we have this grocery auth. Now let's go to the user is auth. Hopefully we have this grocery is auth, but there is no JWT token here. Okay, perfect. I think there are two cookie it is adding. Maybe because of that, let's do one thing. I'm going to click on this send. Still we get this 403. Let's remove this. Let's delete this. Click send. Boom, we get this. I think because of that, in the headers part, there were two things for adding it in the cookie. So because of that, it was giving that error. Okay, so let's do one thing. I'm going to save this again and go to the collections. Click on this login user. Click send. We have logged in. And now let's go to the user is auth. Perfect. Now I'm going to click on this send. Boom, we get this. Okay, let's try one more thing. Let's log in as a, okay, let's verify with the seller is auth. Click send. we get this 403 forbidden, which is expected. Now let's log in as a seller. I'm going to log in as a seller. Perfect. We have logged in as a seller. Now let's click on this user is auth. It should not allow. I'm going to click on this send. Boom, we get this 403 forbidden, which is expected. Okay, I think everything is working as expected. The only thing, the potential error I was looking at it is the cookie. It was adding it 2 times. The first cookie was actually the correct one, but the another cookie which is having the empty or the wrong JWT token, that's why it was having that issue. Okay, I hope now it is working as expected. Let's verify it one more time. I'm going to just log out. Let's log out with user logout API. I'm going to log out with the user, and I will also log out with the seller logout. Click send. Okay, we have logged out from the application. If I go to the cookies, okay, there are no cookies at all. Now let me close this. Let me close all of these tabs first of all. Okay, I'm going to open the seller is auth. Click send. Boom, 403 forbidden. User is auth. Click send. 403 forbidden. Next, login user. Click send. We have logged in. Next, user is auth. User is auth. Click send. Boom, we get this 200. Awesome. Everything is working as expected. Perfect. Okay, now the agent has fixed the issue. Looks like there was an issue with the cookie. It was adding that this part. I don't know, maybe it is added by the agent, or it was added by me, or it is added in the code by mistakenly. I don't know, but so far now our application is working as expected. It also added a lot of these debuggers for us. So in a way, the agent helped us to fix the error. That's it. Okay, now we have created the API for both seller as well as user, which is the isAuth API. This will be helpful when we are integrating with our front-end React application. You will understand how we are going to use these API endpoints in our React application. Next, we will create one more API endpoint for seller. This endpoint is responsible for changing the status of the product or the stock, whether the stock is available or the stock is out of stock. This API endpoint will responsible to update the stock. I have already noted down the request and response. This is the response, and the request, it will take the product ID and the in stock option, whether it is true or false. If it is true, the stock is available. If it is false, then the stock is not available. And this will be the URI endpoint. Let's open our chat window, and I'm going to just provide the prompt. Create an API for seller to update the stock. This API should have the following request structure. I'm going to provide the request structure. The API should have the following response structure. Okay, let's provide the response structure. That's it. Next, I will also provide the prompt. The API URL should look like this. I will just provide the URL. This API is accessible for the seller. With this, now I'm gonna hit enter. This should create the API endpoint for the seller, and it should write the logic as well. Okay, it read the product controller. It also read the product service. Let's wait for a few more minutes. It is checking for whether we need to create a new DTO or we can use the existing one. Okay, it created a new DTO. I'm going to click on this keep. Product service, it is updating. Let's keep this. Service implementation, I'm going to click on this keep. Next, product controller, I'm going to click on this keep all. I'm going to click on this keep. Now we get this endpoint. Security config, it is updating because we have to make this APIs to be available for seller. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna just click on this cancel. I don't want to run this. Okay, just I have cancelled it. Looks like in the security config I was expecting something to be updated, but looks like it did not update it. Okay, because we have already added /API/seller, that is why it did not updated the security config, because this is what, okay, /API/product/API/product stock. Okay, it's already there. I think we have added this long time back, and it did not modified it. It just read and it ignored it. Okay, perfect. I think now we can test this endpoint. I'm gonna just start the application in debug mode. Okay, the application is started on the port 8080. I'm gonna just clear this out. Let's go to our Postman, and first of all we can log in as a seller. Let's open the collection, login seller. Boom, we have logged in as a seller. Now I will just look for the CURL, the curl. Okay, we did not have that curl. So what I'll do is I'll just go to the controller, the product controller, and I can ask for the inline chat and give the CURL to test the API in Postman. Okay, this is going to give us the curl. So I'm gonna just copy this, go to the Postman, import. I'm gonna just cut this, and this is going to be update stock status. Let's add it into the grocery API collection, import into the collection. Right now we have added this endpoint in our collection. So let's add the product ID. This is going to be, go to the Postman. Here we have logged in as a seller. Now product list. Currently we have single product and it is in stock available. I'm going to copy the product ID. First of all, I'm not going to provide the ID. Let's see whether it is going to handle the validation or not. I'm going to click on this send. Boom, we get this error 403 forbidden. I think, let me check this. Grocery auth JSession ID. I was expecting actually, okay, let's do one thing. I'm gonna just remove all of these cookies, and inside the headers I will check what is present. Okay, looks like we do not have any. Okay, we removed the cookie actually. Okay, let's log in as a seller. Okay, I've logged in as a seller. Now let's go to the update status, and now we have this grocery auth, and I'm going to just go to the body, and here I'm going to click on this send. We are getting this 403 forbidden. Okay, let's quickly do one thing. I'm gonna just add the ID, the product ID. Now I'm going to click on this send. We are getting this 403 forbidden. Looks like we have this grocery auth, the cookie, but still we are getting this 403 forbidden. Click send. Okay, now what we will do, I'm gonna just ask for the agent. I test the /stock API for the seller. I get the 403 forbidden status. Check the issue. Okay, so let's add this, and I'm gonna hit enter. Let's see what the agent will do. Okay, the issue, okay, looks like investigate API stock endpoint is returning 403 for the seller. Let me check for the security configuration and authentication filter, diagnose the issue. I found the issue. The seller authentication filter only processes the request that starts with the API/seller, but the API/product.stock endpoint start with the API/product. Let me check the security configuration again to understand the order. Okay, this is the issue. Okay, it is modified the seller authentication filter. So I'm gonna click on this keep all. Okay, it added all of this paths for us. Perfect. And now with this, now we can retest the API. I'm gonna stop the server and I will restart this. There are so many of the things has been redundant here. Actually, we can actually refactor this later. Okay, for now, let's clear this and let's go to our Postman. First of all, I'm gonna clear all of these cookies. So now let's log in as a seller. Okay, I have logged in as a seller. Let's go to the update stock API. Here I'm gonna just cut this, click send, boom, we get the error message, success false, error, product ID is required, 400 bad request, which is expected. The validation is working as expected. I'm gonna just undo this, and this is the product. We are going to make this as, it is already available, the stock. I'm going to make it as false. Click send, boom, success true, the stock is updated. Now if I go to the product list, click send, you can see in stock, which is set to false. Perfect. So what I'll do is I'm going to log in as a user. So let's log in as a user. Okay, I have logged in as a user. Now let's go to our update stock. Here I'll set this to true. Click send, boom, we get the 403 forbidden, which is expected because this API endpoint is only for the seller, not for the user. Awesome. So let's log in back to seller, and now let's go to the update stock. Now we can update this to true. We get this status 200. The stock is updated. Perfect. The API is working and the agent has truly solved the issue. Okay, that's it. Okay, now we almost completed all the API endpoints for seller related endpoints except the orders. Okay, that we're going to handle it at the very end. Once we handle the Razorpay payment gateway and the Stripe payment gateway, after that we're going to create the endpoint for seller orders list. Now we can concentrate on the user endpoints, which is adding the address and reading the address, because that is required when we are placing the order. Alright, let's start with the address API for user module. First, I'm going to stop the server. Next, I'm going to add the prompt. I have already added the request and response structure here. Let's go to our chat window, write the prompt. Okay, first of all, I'm going to stop this. All right, now let's give the prompt, create an API for the user to add the address. The API should have the following request and response. I will provide both the request and response. So this will be the request and I will provide the response. The API should have the URL. I'll provide this URL. This API is accessible for user role. With this, now hit enter and the agent should create the API for this. Let's wait for it. Okay, it added the address and let's also added the address DTO. Click on this, all these three files. The user, I'm going to click on this keep all. Address request, address is required, and let's click on this keep all. Address response, so let's click on this keep all. Okay, click on this keep all. Address service, okay, it is adding the service. So I'm going to just also add this controller. Perfect. So it just modified the user.java, address DTO it created, address request it created, address response it created the address service implementation, controller. Okay, it also updated the security config and it's added the user authentication filter. It's read the authentication filter and modified it. So let's go ahead and keep all of this and I'm going to just click on this stop. Looks like it added all the necessary code. All we can do is just test it out. I'm going to start the application. Okay, so before that I should have been asked for the C URL, the curl. Okay, so what I'll do is let's go to our user controller. I think it made the changes. Okay, sorry, it created a new controller, address controller. I can use the inline chat to give the C URL to test this API in Postman. So let's get the C URL, the curl. All right, I'm gonna just copy this, open the Postman, open the collections, click import, and I'm gonna just add only the C URL and I'll just change this to add address. This is going to be grocery API. Click import collection. Perfect. And as we discussed, this is only for the user. First, let's log in as a seller, log into seller. So we have logged in as a seller. Now let's go to the add address and let's see whether we can able to add this address or not. Okay, currently it is just added this, the address 123 Main Street, city, state 12345. Let's actually click on this send. We get this 403 forbidden. Perfect, which is expected. And let's go to our IntelliJ. This is going to be request body add request. Click on this and it is adding this address DTO, and in this address DTO it is the first name, last name, email, street, city, state, zip code, country, phone number. Okay, I think we did one mistake. I should have also been added to this database collection actually. How the database collection that look like this. Okay, added the created that. Okay, I'm expecting the first name and last name that is present, and the email which is also okay, the email it is also present, street it is present, city, state, zip code, country, phone number, everything looks good. Okay, it does not added only one thing, which is the user ID. I was expecting the user ID. Let's go to our address controller and click on this add address. Okay, it is anyhow it is adding the user ID. Perfect. Find by ID user, and for this user it is adding the address. Okay, which means the user is already have the address, but I was expecting, let's go to the user repository and go to this user. Okay, in the user collection it is actually adding the address, but I wanted a different collection. So what I'll do is I'm going to just prompt it again. Currently user collection stores the address. Make changes to store the address in address collection. The document structure should have the following structure. Should have the following structure. Okay, this I wanted to add it earlier, but I forgot. In the same prompt we could have added this also, so that it created a different repository. Anyhow, I'm going to just hit enter, and I believe the agent is going to make the necessary changes. Okay, so let's wait for it. Okay, it created the address document. Click on this keep all. Created a address repository. Perfect. It also made changes to the user. Okay, it removed the address, which is expected. Address service IMPL. I'm gonna just click on this keep all. I need to check if the MongoDB auditing is enabled. Let me search for the enable Mongo auditing annotation. Good, the MongoDB auditing is present. Okay, so I'm going to click on this stop. Looks like the agent has added all the necessary, make the necessary changes. With this we can test it. I'm going to, okay, let's go to our Postman. We have already, okay, I think the address, it is added it in a different way. The request I wanted in a different way. So anyhow, I'm going to start the application in debug mode. Let's go to our address controller and we can ask for the inline chat. Give the C URL for this request to test in Postman. Let's see whether we get the correct request structure. Okay, I was expecting the first name, last name and everything. Okay, let's do one thing. Instead of this, I have already noted down this request. So let's copy this request. I'm going to just replace this. Now we have this address. So first name, last name, email, street, city, state, zip code, country, and phone number. Okay, that's it. So now it is going to get the user ID for the logged in user, and it should add the user ID in the database as well. That is what our expectation is. So let's save this. Now let's log in as a seller. I'm going to log in as a seller, and let's go to the add address. We should not allow the seller to add the address. So let's go back and let me start the application, restart the application. Okay, I am going to clear this out. Let's go to our Postman and click send. Boom, we get this 403 forbidden. That is expected because this we have logged in as a seller and the seller is not able to add the address. So let's log in as a user. I'm going to log in as a user, and for this Bhushan user ID, this is the user ID, and the same user ID should also be stored in the address collection. So let's click on this add address and click send. Boom, success true message, address added successfully. We can verify it. Let's go to our MongoDB collection. I'm going to just refresh this. You can see the address, and you can see the user ID is also storing, and the created at, updated at, city, state, street, email, first name, last name, everything looks good. Okay, the agent has created the endpoint for adding the address for users, not for the sellers, and the API is working as expected. Next, we can create the API for reading the addresses. Let's open the chat window. Let's minimize this, and also I'm going to stop the server. I will provide the prompt, create an API to read the user address. The API should have the following response structure. I will provide the response structure. This is the response. The API should have the URL, which is this is the URL. This API is accessible for user role. With this, hit enter. Now we should expect the API endpoint for the reading the address. The API should create this endpoint. Okay, I'm going to just click on this keep all. It should create the address details DTO. Perfect. Address repository, click on this keep all. Address service. Perfect. Service implementation, click on this keep all. Controller, we are expecting this controller endpoint, which is /get. Okay. Address list DTO. Perfect. I'm going to click on this stop. Perfect. And now, first of all, I will directly jump to the security config. In the security config, we have this /address, and this is /API/address is authenticated / okay, we are adding this. This should be authenticated, and this is only for the user, but it did not mention anything. But anyhow, adding this will make sure that it is only accessible for the users. We can test it for both the seller as well as the users. Okay, with this, now I'm going to test the endpoint. Click on this debug mode. We are starting the application in debug mode. Now let's go to our Postman and first log in as a seller. Perfect. Now we can test this to get the addresses. I'm going to open the address controller and we can get the endpoint CURL. So give the CURL for this API to test in Postman. Okay, we should get the CURL. I'm going to copy this, import this. Let me import this and I'm going to change this to Grocery API. This is going to be get address, import into collection. Go to the headers. Let's get rid of this authorization. We don't need it. And now I'm going to click on this. Since the seller is logged in, click on this send. We should get the 403 forbidden, which is expected. Now log in as a user, click send. We should now expect the get address to return the list of addresses. You can see success to true and it is returning the address. Okay, this it is Springfield, country USA, John Doe, first name John Doe, ID, last name, phone number, state, street, user ID and zip code. Perfect, which means our API is working for the seller. The API is working for user and the seller is responding with a forbidden, which is expected. Now we completed the API endpoints for adding the address and retrieving the address for the users. The next we can move ahead with the adding the items into the cart. This is for the user endpoint. The user can add the items into the cart, and once it is added into the cart, whenever if we get the user is auth API also, we should see the cart items. Alright, let's create that API endpoint. I will start with the prompt. Create an API to update the cart. The API should have the following request and response structure. Now let's open the notepad. I have already noted down the structure. This will be the structure. Let's add the response. This will be the response. I will also provide the API URL is. I'm going to just add this URL. Next, I will also tell that the API should also update the user collection. It should contain the following structure. I'm going to copy this, copy the response, not the response. Let's go to the users collection, and in the users collection you could see that. Let me copy this, and it should update the user collection. It should contain the following structure. After adding the items into the cart, okay, then I will also provide if the user sends request to the API is auth, then the API should return the following structure. I'll also provide the structure. Now this will be the structure. Let's paste it. After adding the items into the cart, if the user sends a request to the API is auth, let me add /is auth, then the API should return the following structure. I will provide one more information, that is the API is accessible for the user role. With this, now let's see, I'm going to select this with an agent option, and I have selected the model Claude Sonnet 4.5, and I'm going to hit enter. Let's see what the agent will do. I'm expecting a new API endpoint, and it should also update the other API endpoint as well, the is auth. It should contain the cart items. The code is already in place. The agent has already written the code. You just have to look at into, and it should tell that it is working. Just wait for a few minutes. Looks like the plugin GitHub Copilot have some problem. It is saying that might be slowing things down, but let's wait for a few minutes and see. Okay, it created the DTO cart update request. I'll just click on this keep. We will keep this update request, cart service. Okay, it created the request, response, and the cart service. It also created the implementation and the update cart method. Now it will create the the controller, select keep, and now it created an endpoint for /update /API/cart/update security config. It is adding the request matches. Perfect. I don't want to run the application. I'll just click on this stop, and now we can run the application and we can test it. What I'll do is I'm going to start the application in debug mode. Perfect, the application is started. We can go to the controller, the cart controller, and I can just select this and use inline chat, and I can provide a prompt, give the CURL for this API endpoint to test in Postman. Let's wait for it. Once we get the CURL, we can test it through the Postman. Okay, we got this CURL. I'll just copy this and open the Postman. Looks like we get a new update from the Postman, but that's okay. I'm going to open this and click on this import, paste it, but we need just this CURL. I'll just change this to cart update. This is going to be grocery API, import into collection. Okay, next we need to provide in the body we need to provide the product ID and the quantity. The product ID, we need to get it from the DB, or we can even get it from the API. So first of all, what I'll do is I'm going to log into the seller. So let's click on this login seller, click send. the seller is logged in. Now go to the product list, click send. We have, I think, only one product we have. That's okay. Let's copy the product ID. Okay, let's copy this. Next, we need to open the cart update, and I'm gonna add the product ID. This is going to be, first let's go back and cancel this and go to this cart update request, the user ID. Okay, the update request is saying that the user ID and the cart items looks like it is expecting a different format. Let's go back to our notepad and see how we are. Okay, it is expecting the user ID and the cart items. Okay, so in that case, what I'll do is, let's go back to our Postman. Here I'll just make this as user ID. Then we need to give the cart items. Cart items, this is going to be an object, and here we will provide the, if I go back to our, okay, here we are going to provide the cart items, right? Let me go back. We need to provide the cart items. This is the cart items, and this is going to take key value pair. And what we need to pass for this, we need to pass the quantity. We just need to pass the quantity, that's more than enough. And here we need to pass the cart ID, which is not the cart ID. We need to pass the product ID. What I'll do is, let's go back to our Postman. Here I'm gonna pass the product ID, and within this we need to pass the, let's go back, we need to pass the quantity. Okay, quantity, it's going to be, let's say 2, and here we need to provide the product ID. Okay, so first of all, let's go to the product list. Okay, this is the product list. Copy this, paste it, and this is going to be an user ID. For the user ID, let's go to our login. Let's log in as a seller or login user. This is the user ID. Okay, user ID, perfect. Let's save this. Now, since we have logged in as a seller, let's try to hit the endpoint and see whether this API endpoint is it will work or not. I'm going to just click on this send. Boom, we get this 403 forbidden, which is expected because seller cannot call this API endpoint. This is meant for user. Now let's log in as a user. Click on this send. The user is logged in. Now go to the cart update, and now I'm going to click on this send. Okay, we are getting this 403 forbidden. That is because maybe let's go to the headers, and we are actually passing everything, but click on this cookies. I'm gonna close this. Now let's log in again. Login user, click send, cart update, click send. Boom, still we are getting 403 forbidden. This is actually the problem with, let's go back, and I'm gonna just copy this response and I'll paste it. I am seeing the above response when I log in with user account and send the request to the API. Investigate this issue. Let's see what the agent will do. Okay, it is checking the user authentication filter, and it found the issue and it will fix the issue, and it added this Now let's click on this keep. As I said before, there are things are mess up in this user authentication filter and the security config. We can refactor it. Actually, we can tell the agent to refactor it, but we will keep it at the very end. Okay, now I'm gonna restart the application. Perfect. Let's open the Postman. I'll just remove the cookie and log in as a user. Go to the cart update, click send, boom, we get the 200. Okay, we can verify it in the DB, but before that, let's go to the user is auth. We have this user is auth and this API. Now when we hit this, we should get the cart items as well in the response. Let's click on this send, boom, we get the cart items as well. Perfect, the same product ID. If I go back to the cart update, go to the body 42C ending with, and if I go back, you can see 42C, right? So which means in the user is auth response also we are getting the same response at the same cart items we are getting. Now we can verify it in the database also. Let's go back, and if this is the users collection, sorry, the address collection. Let's go to the users, and you can see we have this now cart items. Okay, and if you expand this, you will see quantity 2. Perfect. Now we have created the cart update endpoint. Next we can handle with the order API, the creating order and the cash on delivery with for the order, and we can try with the Razorpay payment gateway, and we can also try with the Stripe payment gateway. All right, let's create those API endpoints. To create the next API endpoint, first I'm going to stop the server. Next, let's open the notepad. I have already noted down the next API endpoint, which is /order/COD, which is nothing but the cash on delivery. We can open the chat window and we can prompt it, create an API for the cash on delivery order. The API should have the following request and response structure. We can provide the response and request structures. So let's copy this, and this is the response, and we can also provide the database document structure. I can just copy the orders document structure. The database document structure should have the following fields. Let's paste it. I'll just change this to is paid. I'll set this to false, and this is going to be COD, which is nothing but the cash on delivery. With this, now we can hit the enter, and the agent is going to create the API endpoint for us. And also I can say that provide the C URL for the API to test in Postman. This endpoint is accessible for user only. Make sure to make the changes in the user authentication filter as well. I'll just explicitly say this because multiple times I see that the agent is missing to update this user authentication filter. So I'll just provide the context explicitly, and with this now I'm going to hit enter. Let's see what the agent will do. Okay, it created the orders document, orders repository, order request, order response, order service, order service implementation, and the controller. Perfect. And it is also editing the authentication filter. Let's keep all. Security config. It also edited the security config. Let's click on this keep all. That's it. I'm gonna click on this stop. Now we should able to test this API endpoint. Okay, I was expecting the C URL also, but I have stopped it. But we can explicitly get it by asking in the inline chat. Now I'm gonna start the application in debug mode so that we can test the endpoint. Okay, the application started. Open the order controller. We can search for order controller, and I'm gonna just select the inline chat. Give me the C URL for this API to test in Postman. We will get the C URL. Okay, I'm gonna copy this, open the Postman, click on this import, paste it. We just need this C URL. Okay, and this is going to be COD, which is nothing but cash on delivery, and I can select the collection, grocery API, import into collection. Perfect. Now go to the body, and here we need to provide the customer ID. Actually we don't need to give the customer ID. I think it is giving me the wrong. Let's click on this order request. We need to pass the user ID, address, and items. I can go to the Visual Studio Code, and here I have noted down the structure. So okay, this is a structure. Let me copy this. Postman, I will paste it. So the user ID, the address, and the product ID. We can, first of all, let me close some of these tabs. Okay, so now let me save this. Now open the collection. Since the user is already logged in, we need to add the user ID. Go to the login user. I'm gonna click on this send. The user will log in. Copy the user ID and paste it. Next, we need the address. So click on this get address. Click send. I'm gonna get the address ID. So copy this and paste it. Next, the product ID we need to give. Let's go to the product ID, or what we can do is simply we can just click on this user auth and click send. We have this product ID. Copy this, go to the cash on delivery, click on this product ID, the quantity 2, the address, user ID. But now I'm gonna save this. Let's log in, close this and close this. Let's log in with the seller. Click send. Seller is logged in. Now go to the cash on delivery, click send, boom, we get this 403 forbidden, which is expected because seller cannot able to place the cash on delivery API endpoint. Okay, he cannot place any orders. Now let's log in as a user, click send. Now the user is logged in. Now go to the cash on delivery, and here I'm gonna click on this send, boom, success true, order placed successfully. Now we can verify it in the database. Let's go to the database. I'm gonna refresh this. We should see the orders collection. Click on this and you can see we get the new order. And if you expand this in the items, you can see the product and the quantity which we have ordered. The user ID is also captured, and of course the order ID, and the amount, address ID we have also captured, status order placed, payment type which is cash on delivery, is paid we set it to false because since it's a cash on delivery, once the user paid the amount to the delivery guy, then we are going to make this is paid to true. But for now we are not going to deal with any of those parts, we just keep it as false. But you can create an separate test endpoint and where you can pass the order ID and you can make the payment is paid to make this as true, so that it will automatically set this to true. You can create this endpoint specifically for the seller so that the seller will log in and he will provide the order ID and it will automatically make the payment as true. Perfect. Now we have completed this cash on delivery API and it is working as expected. Next we need to create the API endpoint for the online payments like the Razorpay and the Stripe payment gateway. Let's create those API endpoints as well. Let's create the next API. We are going to create the API for ordering the items through the Razorpay payment gateway. We will write the prompt. Before that, I will show you the request and response structure. If I go to the notepad, and this will be the request and this will be the response. We just need to pass the user ID, the address ID and the items, much like how we used to pass it in our cash on delivery. The same request and response structure we are going to use, but the response structure will be different. We are going to return the success to true and the amount and the currency, the key ID and the order ID. This order ID is nothing but the one which we are going to create the order in our database, the document ID, and the order ID. This order ID is nothing but the Razorpay order ID. Okay, so we can just go to the chat window and we can write the prompt, create an API for order creation through Razorpay API. The API should have the URL. I will provide the URL. The API should have the following request and response structure. I will provide the request. I will provide the response structure, right? And I can say this API is accessible for user role. Update the user authentication filter if required, right? So with this, now we can tell the Copilot to generate the code. We are just selecting the same Claude Sonnet 4.5 and we are in the agent mode. You can also provide more context or more information if needed, but I'm gonna keep it simple. First of all, I'm going to stop the server, and with this now I can hit enter, and let's see what the agent will do. Okay, it is actually updating the dependencies inside the pom.xml. Okay, you can see it will add the Razorpay dependency into the pom.xml. I'm going to add this, and I'm gonna reload the Maven changes. Okay, I'm gonna add the Razorpay key ID and the secret ID. Okay, click on this Razorpay config. We need this configuration. It is also created the order response because the request structure is already present, and click on this create order service method. We need this, and the create order. Perfect. And you can see it is calling the Razorpay API to create the order. Perfect. Order service. Click on this keep all, and order service implementation. So I'm gonna click on this keep all. It is going to generate the implementation. Click on this keep. Perfect. Okay, order is placed. Razorpay set is paid to. It is going to set this to false, because once we made the payment through the UI application, then we have to verify it, and then we have to make the is paid as true. Okay, with this now I'm just going to click on this stop. I don't want to run it immediately. Perfect. Now it generated all the code, all the necessary code. All we need to do is we need to test it. See, this is going to happen in two steps. The first step is to creating the order. It is going to just create the order in the Razorpay. Once the order is created, we have to make the payment. To complete the payment, in our React application, we are going to use the Razorpay SDK to complete the payment. We are going to use the Razorpay SDK, so that will going to show us the Razorpay payment page, and then we are going to complete the payment. And once the payment is completed, then we can verify it. We can verify whether the payment is completed or not. We have to verify the signature and everything. And once it is completely verified, then we have to update the database to the payment is completed. We have to set the is paid to true, so that will complete the complete process. But this we just creating the order. We are just creating the order in the Razorpay. That's it. With this now we can test it, but before we need to test it, what we need to do is let's open the application or properties file. Inside this application properties file, make sure to add the Razorpay ID and the secret ID. You need to create the Razorpay account, and you have to go to the test mode in Razorpay, and you need to grab the secret ID and the key ID. Once you add those two information, then you can test the API endpoint. I'm going to close this. I'm going to add the key ID and the secret ID, and I will run the application. I have added the secret ID inside our application properties file. Now I'm going to start the application in debug mode. Okay, the application is started. I'm going to clear the screen. I will just close the pom.xml also. Next, let's go to the Postman, and here we already have this user ID, address ID, and the product ID, the quantity as well. What I will do is first I'm going to log into the user account. I'm going to click on this send. The user is logged in. Next, let's go to this is actually the cash on delivery. I'm going to just copy this and open the collections, and I'm going to duplicate this. I will change this to Razorpay order create. and this is going to be, we can go to the, first of all go to the body. Okay, we have this already request, which is good. Now go back to our IntelliJ and we can look for the order controller. You can see this is just the Razorpay. Okay, I'm going to just change this to Razorpay. That's it. Now we can test this. I'm going to save this, and we have this user ID, address ID, and the product ID. I'm gonna just remove this from the address, and I'll just click on this send. Boom, we get the success to false and message address not found, which is expected. I'm going to undo this. Now when we have this product ID and the quantity, I'm going to click on this send. Boom, you can see order is placed. We get the success to true, amount 200, and currency INR, key ID, and the order DB ID, which is nothing but the document ID which is stored in our database, and this order ID is nothing but the Razorpay order ID. Okay, there are two order IDs. Okay, one is the database order ID. It is our database which is holding the ID, the document ID, and this is the Razorpay order ID. Fine, we can verify it in the database also. Let's go to the MongoDB database. I'm gonna reload this. You can see is paid. We set this to false. The payment type Razorpay, status is order placed, address ID, the user ID. This is the one 028 and 028. This is the one which is the database ID. Okay. Now the created at and updated at everything stored in our database, which looks good, and the amount 200. Perfect. And items, if you expand this, you can see the items. Now we can verify it also inside the Razorpay. I have already logged into my Razorpay. Make sure that you should be in the test mode. And now if I go to the orders, you should see the order created. Scroll down, you can see 7th March 2026, 2:30. The order has been created, 200, and this is the order ID FJV. If I go to the, you can see FJV, the same order ID. You can expand this and you can see the status is just created. We just created the order. We have to complete the payment, then only this becomes completed, and then we can verify the payment, and then we can make this field as true, right? Awesome. So now we created this API. Next, what we do is, we are not going to make the complete payment now, because for that we need to create the React application and we have to use the Razorpay SDK. That will comes when we start developing the front end application. But for now, what we can do is we can just create a test endpoint, where the test endpoint is responsible for go ahead and it is going to we will pass the order database ID, and it is going to just go to the database and it is going to find this order ID and it is going to make the payment as true. That's it. Okay, this is just for the testing purpose, but once we implement the front end application, then we are going to handle the proper the payment completion. All right, we will create that test endpoint in the upcoming later, once we implement the Stripe payment also. After we create the Stripe payment order creation, then at the very end we're going to create one test endpoint. That test endpoint is responsible for making the is paid to true. All right, next we will go ahead and create the API for the Stripe payment gateway. Let's provide a prompt to handle the the Stripe payment API. First of all, I'm going to stop the server. I have already captured the request and response. This is also very similar to the other API endpoints. We get the response like this. We get the checkout Stripe URL, and once we click on this, it is going to open up the Stripe payment page, and there we are going to complete the payment, and again we need to create the verifier API to verify the payment. We will do that, but before that we can just provide the prompt, create an API for handling the Stripe order, the API should have the URL. I will provide this URL. The API should have the following request and response structure. We can provide the response and response structure. Let me copy this. I will provide the response structure as well. Perfect. This API is accessible for user role. Also create a Stripe webhook to verify the payment. The API should look like this. I will also provide that. Basically it should have the let me see whether I have noted down the okay, I think I don't have the request and response in handy, but I can provide. It should be look like this: http://localhost 8080 / it should have the Stripe. Okay, this is the API endpoint. It should accept the payload, request header, which is nothing but the Stripe signature, and what else? It should also contains the payload, which is nothing but the request body, right? And I can say that this API is responsible for handling the success and failure scenarios. So it should responsible for handling payment intent, succeeded and payment intent, payment failed, payment intent, payment underscore failed. I have already read the documentation, that is why I know these two cases. These are the two different cases. In case if the webhook handler is once it is verified, if the payment is success, then this case will be handled. In case of the failure, we are going to handle this case. Okay, perfect. With this, now I'm going to hit enter. Let's see what the agent will do. Before that, you should be creating your Stripe account. I have already created the Stripe account, and you will get the publishable key and the secret key. Okay, now let's go back. It is updated the pom.xml. I'm going to click on this keep all, and I will reload this. The maven changes, I'll just click on this keep all. The order response, I'm going to click on this application.properties file. It is going to add it. Let me add that, and let me click on this Stripe service, click on this. It is also created the implementation. Let's click on this. Perfect. And click on this order service, keep all. I'll just clicking on keep all. You can verify it once the API is created. Perfect. All right. Okay, it also updating the order controller. In the order controller, it is created the API for /Stripe, order Stripe. It should also create the webhook controller for verifying the payment. You can see it created this also. Perfect. I'm gonna click on this keep all. Perfect. You can see it is accepting the Stripe signature and the payload. This is what we expected. Security config, get updated, click keep all. Perfect. Now we can stop the server and we can test it. It actually made the changes inside our security config, and it also made changes in our application.properties file. Inside our application.properties files, as I said before, we need to add the two things. If you go to the application.properties, one is API key. As I said before, you will get this API key inside your dashboard. Once you log into our Stripe, you will get this secret key, and also you need the whisk key for the webhook controller. If you click on this webhooks, you will see this whisk sign in secret key. You need to copy this also and make sure to add it here, right? That's it. And once you're done with that, you can go to the pom.xml. In the pom.xml, it added the Stripe dependency, and make sure to reload the Maven changes. It will download the dependencies for us. And this is the webhook controller, as I said before, and also it created the order controller. Inside the order controller, it created the /Stripe. So let's go to the actually Stripe service, and this is the checkout session. I can go to the implementation, and in the implementation you can see it created the session, and it created the session checkout URL, and the cancel URL also it created. This is the cancel URL, and it made all the necessary changes, the quantity and everything. It made changes inside it here, and then it created the session for us, right? Perfect. For this method, we are going to pass the order database ID, currency, and the amount. If you go to this create checkout session, and you can see here we are actually passing the items, order, everything we are passing inside this. Perfect, looks good. And it is going to set the payment as is paid. It is going to set this true or false based upon the condition, based upon the operation which we are making. Okay, the best way to understand this code a little bit more is to test the API endpoint. So let's do the same thing. First, make sure to add your secrets inside the application or properties file. Then you run the application, test it together. Before we test our endpoint, what we need to do is we need to provide the webhook for the webhook controller. We need to provide the actual domain URL, so that whenever we make the payment from the Stripe web page, it is going to call the webhook. For that, since we are locally testing it, what we can do is we can create a temporary host URL, and then we can replace it in our in the Stripe dashboard. So just to get the temporary host URL, we can use the ngrok. Ngrok is going to provide the temporary host URL. All it is going to do is it is going to forward it into the local host. So I have already started the ngrok. All you need to do is to create an account inside the ngrok, and then you can execute the command which is provided by the ngrok. And this is going to, you can see since our application is running in the localhost 8080, and what it is going to do is it is going to provide this temporary URL, the domain URL, and when we hit this URL, it is going to forward that URL into our localhost 8080. And now we are going to use this temporary URL. So let's copy this temporary URL and go to the Stripe. I have already logged into the Stripe. Go to the webhooks, and here you can see we have this event destinations. What we need to do is just click on this edit destination. Here I'm going to provide the temporary URL and /Stripe. This is our endpoint. If I go to our webhook controller, you can see /Stripe is the URI path. Now what it will do is whenever we make the payment inside the Stripe, it is going to forward that page or with the request header and the payload into this localhost 8080/Stripe. Eventually it is going to call our endpoint, the local endpoint, and it will execute the business logic. That is what we are going to do. And you can see we have actually selected the two events. One is payment failed, and the payment intent succeeded. If you remember, we have written the prompt for these two events, right? And if you want to select multiple events, you can click on this. You can select the multiple events. I have just selected the two events, the failed and the succeeded. With this, now click on this save destination, and perfect. Now all we need to do is to test the endpoint. I'm going to start the application in the debug mode. Application is started. Let's go to the Postman, and now first I'm going to log in to the user account. We have logged in. Now go to the Razorpay order, or I can just open the new collection, and I'm going to duplicate this. This is going to be Stripe order create. Just I will change this to Stripe order create, and I'll change this to Stripe. That's it, and save this. Now go to the body. Everything remains same. Of course, multiple times we are ordering this, and once we order the product, we have to reduce the stock, the quantity and everything we have to reduce, but we are going to keep it very simple. We are not going to handle that edge cases scenarios, but you can handle it on your own. With this, now we can test it. So as soon as we click on this send, it is going to create the order, and it is going to give us the checkout URL. I'm going to click on this send, and boom, you can see we get this URL. Awesome. So now what I'll do is I'm going to just copy this URL, the checkout URL. Perfect. Now we get this URL. All I need to do is go to the browser and click on this, paste this. So now we can hit this endpoint, and it is going to open up the Stripe payment page, the checkout payment page. You can see the order is 200. We are placing, make sure that you can see you are in the test mode, because we are using the test mode. We have added the keys for the test mode API key and the secret key. That's why it is showing as test mode, and you can see grocery order is 200, and you can provide the informations like email address and the payment method. And once we click on this pay, it is going to call the Webhook controller. Okay, let's go to the browser and open a new tab and search for Stripe test card details. We get the test card information. Scroll down, you can see this is the Visa card. I'm going to copy this Visa card and enter the card information. Any future dates you can give. The month is this is going to be 12 and 30, CVV 123, and email address I can provide bhushansc@gmail.com, and card holder name I can provide my full name, Bhushan SC, country India. You can click on this save my information for faster checkout, or you can just click on this pay. It is processing, and boom, you can see the order is successful, I believe, because you can see it is navigating to the localhost 3000 order success session ID test, because this is what we have configured in our URL in our Java layer, and we can change this later. But now let's go to our database, and I'm going to reload this. Scroll down, you can see the is paid, it is set to false. And let's go back to our code, and here you can see deserialization is failed, possibly due to a API version mismatch. This is because if you scroll down, you can see it is throwing an error. Deserialization is failed, possibly due to an API mismatch. So these things will happen. What we can do is we can debug this, and we can verify it. We can check what went wrong with this, and we can easily handle this. Okay, but for now what I'll do is I'm going to ignore this. We are going to come back to this part once we start creating the UI application through the React. At the time we are going to handle both the Razorpay and the Stripe and everything. We are going to handle it, but for now we have created, and it is working half. only part is the verification part. The verification for part for both Razorpay and Stripe, we are going to handle it once we develop the React application. Perfect. Now we created the APIs for cash on delivery and Razorpay and Stripe, but if you look at the is paid option is all set to false. Now we will create a test API endpoint and we will make this is paid to true, just a test endpoint, so that the payment will be completed. Okay, none of the payments will be in pending, so all the payments will be completed, but actually we have to handle it through the UI. That part we're going to handle it later. This is just for the API developer perspective to test the payments and to move on with the other endpoints. We are going to create one test endpoint. Okay, we will create that test endpoint so that it is going to turn the is paid option to true, so that we can assume that all the payments are completed. And one more thing, at any point in time, if you want to see what is the payload for this webhook controller, you can verify it in the Stripe dashboard. If you log into the Stripe dashboard, you can see this event deliveries and click on this. You can see today these are the intent succeeded or failed. Okay, you can see 400 bad requests. This is basically, and if you click on this one or this one, if you click on this, and the right hand side, it is going to show us. If you scroll down, you will see you will get the complete payload. You can take this payload and you can verify it, you can debug it locally, you can do a bunch of things. Okay, so this is how you can debug these webhook controllers. Perfect. Now let's go back to our IntelliJ and we can provide the prompt. I have already noted down the request and response in our notepad. This is the order, the test. We are going to create the test link. We are going to create it. I'll just say create a test API endpoint to make the order successful for cash on delivery, Razorpay and Stripe orders. The API should have the following structure. I'll just provide the structure, and the API should have the following response, right? I can provide the response. That's it. Okay, now I can say this API is only for this is actually not for the users. What we can do is this API is only for the admin role. The admin can basically, or even we can make this as a developer also, but I'll make this as this API is only for the admin role, so the admin can make this payment as true. Okay, and I can say that we need to make the is paid to true when the API is, when the request is sent, when the API request is sent. Okay, so this is it, and this is going to create an API, the test API for us, and it is going to allow us only for the admins. All right, I'm going to hit enter. Let's see what it is going to do. I'm going to first of all stop the server. Okay, it created the request, the test order request. Response also it is created. Okay, order service. Click on this keep all. It will create the implementation. Keep all. Okay. Okay, you can see it provided the implementation. Perfect. go to the order controller, let's click on this keep. It will create this test payment. It will also update in the security config. Go to the security config. This is for the seller. Okay, click on this keep all. Okay, it also updated inside the seller authentication filter. Awesome. Perfect. It also updated the markdown file that what changes we have made. I'm going to close this and we get the C URL as well. Perfect. Login as a seller first, then test the payment. Awesome. So what I'll do is I'm going to, okay, perfect. All right, now we can test the API endpoint. So what I'll do is I'm going to just copy this, copy the code block and go to the Postman. I will just duplicate this. This is going to be test order API. This is going to be test, let me see what is test payment. Perfect. Save this. Inside the body we need to pass the user ID, and what else we need to pass inside this? The order DB ID and the user ID. User ID we will keep it, and the order ID we need to pass. Order DB ID. By passing in this, let's go to the cash on delivery. Okay, order is placed, and in the Razorpay we get the order database ID. We can copy this and paste it, right? I will save this. First, let's log in as a seller. Let's go to the login seller. I'm gonna click on this send. Okay, we need to start the application. I'm going to start the application in debug mode. Clear this, click send. The seller is logged in. Go to the test order API, click send, boom, true, Razorpay payment completed successfully, order, this is the order ID, amount, and is paid to true. Now if I go to the database and reload this, you can see is paid, set this to true. Similarly, I can also copy this and I will pass this order ID, basically this type order ID. Click send, boom, you can see the Stripe payment completed successfully. We get this also, and similarly I will also make the cash on delivery to true as well. Okay, but for now what I'll do is I'm going to just keep this as false, because next we're going to create the list of orders API for users as well as the sellers, so that we may have to differentiate the paid and non-paid. So for that I'm going to just make this as false, but as far as goes, the test API is working as expected. This is only for the testing purposes, this endpoint. We are not going to integrate this API endpoint with the front-end application. Perfect, let's continue. Before we create the endpoint for user and seller to fetch the orders, what I'll do is I'm going to minimize this and I'm going to stop the server. And I have already noted down the request and response structure. Create an API for user to fetch the orders. The API additionally takes parameter is paid to filter out the orders. The API should have the following response. I can provide the response. Let's go to our notepad, and I've already noted down this response. This is how it should look like. The success to true, and it should contain the orders array. The is paid true, created at, amount, address, ID, user ID, items, status, payment, everything, right? I'm gonna copy this response and paste it. The API URL should look like this. I can provide the URL. I can also provide is paid. I can set this to true. It will provide all the paid, and if I send it to false, then it should filter out the not paid orders. With this now, and also I'll just provide this API is accessible only for user. Okay, hit enter. Now we can expect the code changes. Okay, click on this keep order DTO, the user order DTO, and the response for the list. The order repository, find by user ID, and is paid. Let's see the order service implementation. Keep all. Alright, so let's click on this keep all to update the code. Perfect. Order controller, I'm gonna click keep all. It will update the class to create the API endpoint. Okay, user, select this, click on this keep all. Perfect, looks like it made all the changes. Okay, it updated the markdown for us. Perfect. Now it will give the URL also. You can see is paid to true. It will filter out the orders, paid orders only and unpaid orders only, and get all the orders. Super. I can just copy this, copy the code block, and go to the Postman. Here I'm going to just duplicate this. This is going to get user orders. This will be a get API. Instead of the order, I'm gonna use user. We can also replace this, and we don't need the body. I can just make this as none. Perfect. I'll close this first of all. I will also close this Stripe, Razorpay, cash on delivery, and close this. Now let's log in as a user. Go to the login user, click send. User, okay, let me start the application in debug mode. Currently, if you go to the database, there are 2 orders with paid completed, and 1 order is the unpaid order. First, let's actually test for all the orders. Now go back to the Postman, click send. User is logged in. Scroll down, get user orders. I'm gonna click send, boom, you can see we should receive all 3 orders. This is the order 1, order 2 and order 3. Okay, you can see is paid set to true. Second order is paid set to true. The first order, the cash on delivery, is paid set to false. Now I will just do one thing, add is paid, I'll set this to true. We should expect 2 records. You can see we get the 2 orders. Click send, boom, we get only 1 order. Perfect, awesome. So now we created the API endpoint for get user orders. Now we can similarly create one more API for the seller orders. Before that, I would like to minimize this and close the stop the server, and I'll then provide the prompt, create a similar API for seller to fetch the orders. Is paid, I can set this to true. This should also have the same response structure as previous API, but this API is only for sellers. That's it. Now let's see what the agent will do. I'm going to hit enter. Okay, it just updated in the order service, get seller orders. Repository, click on this, find by is paid. Click on this keep all, we get the seller orders, all the seller orders. Okay, we get the order controller. Okay, in the order controller we can expect a new endpoint /seller. This will gives us the seller orders. It will also update in the security config if it is required. Okay, perfect. It also already has the request matches /order /seller with the has role seller. Perfect. Now it will automatically update the markdown file, and then we can test the API endpoint. Just wait for a few minutes. All right, now let me close this markdown file and we can run the application and we can test the endpoint. Let me wait for the agent to complete its work. Okay, cool. Let me close this and boom, I will just copy this URL and I'm gonna start the application in debug mode. Go to the Postman. I'll just duplicate this. I'm gonna duplicate this. This is going to be get seller orders. Paste it. Is paid. I'll set this to true. Basically, we should get the same similar response, and I'm going to clear the screen. First, let's log in with seller. I'm gonna click on this login seller. Okay, we have logged in as a seller. Go to the seller orders, click send, boom, we should get the 2 orders, and I'll set this to false. We should get a single object, and by removing this we should get all 3 orders. Perfect. The API is working as expected. Now we completed all the APIs. All we need to do is we have to integrate these API endpoints with the front-end React application. That's it. That's all for this video. I hope you enjoyed how we can create the APIs and how we can create the projects using the Copilot. And we have used the Copilot extensively. Especially we have used the model Claude Sonnet 4.5. Of course, you can use the other models, but this is the best model out there right now, especially for the software engineering. And I have used the agent mode. There are a bunch of other options like ask, edit, agent. If you're having any question and answers, you can use the ask option. And if you wanted to make the any code changes, you can use the agent mode. Okay, agent mode is much more powerful. And also you can see your if you are using the paid version, you can also use check your how much usage you have used. Clicking on this, you can see I have just used for the premium request, I have used the 6%. This will be reset every first of month, and that's it. If you're using the chat messages and code completions, that will be completely free, unlimited. All right, that's it for this video. I hope you enjoyed, and feel free to drop your message and tell me what project you would like to see next. I would happy to create the next project, and I'm planning to teach more about how to use the Copilot and how you can use the how you can connect to the MCP servers and other options. That's it for this video. Thank you so much for watching. As always, the link will be given in the description section of this video for the source code. Go ahead and download it and enjoy feel free to drop an email in case if you are facing any issues while setting up the project, or if you have any questions regarding this project. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next video.